When I wake up, the sun is already way up. The room is dim. I feel like it's still last night and shake my head violently. It's cloudy outside. No wonder I didn't wake up. It seems my sleep-deprived body caught up on sleep, taking advantage of the darkness of the room. It seems it's already past 1 o'clock. Oversleeping this much can't just be called sleeping in. Saber, are you awake?
Didn't we have sex last night?
Was that last night?
Is it 2 nights ago?
I don't know. And we didn't have sex, we just slept next to each other.
Oh, right.
And she was in lingerie. There's no answer. Saber is sleeping next to me, slightly curled. Yeah, okay. It was last night. I wake up when I'm not sleepy anymore, but Saber has to recover her magical energy. Considering how long she slept before, she probably won't wake up until dinner. I leave the room, trying not to wake Saber up. There's no need to wake her up right now. The contest begins at night. I don't think Lancer or Gilgamesh will appear during the day. So I have to come up with a plan. Putting Lancer aside, Gilgamesh will certainly come again tonight. I don't even need to think about it considering his personality and the murderous intent he showed last night. But what should I do? He has an infinite supply of noble phantasms, and one of them even exceeds Saber's Excalibur. Berserker was a difficult enemy to defeat, but we still could fight him even though we were inferior. We could look for a chance for a comeback even when he was pushing us. But he's different. It won't even be a fight right now. If he uses that noble phantasm called Ea, we will all die. I have to find a way. There isn't long before sunset. There's no solution if I think on my own. If Saber, Tosaka, and I can't think of a plan, then... the church. As supervisor, he might know. He might know a way to overcome this situation. King of Heroes, Gilgamesh.
Why would you go to the person organizing the Holy Grail War?
He's like not supposed to be here, but... oh yeah, Kodamine Kyrie said that he would find some measure against that survivor of the last Holy Grail War.
Oh right, because we went and talked to him before, right?
Yeah.
God, it's been 2 weeks since we've played, and I remember nothing.
The Holy Grail what? We can't find a countermeasure, but that priest might have something.
Some sort of plan. Sorry, I thought you'd already read the line.
That's okay. I go up the hill. The sky is filled with gray clouds. Oh, thank God we didn't have to do the whole walk there again.
I crossed the bridge. The wind whips by. The ruins in the water. This is where I found Saber crying. Just a whole tour.
The church is the only thing at the top of the hill. There's no one in sight, not even the sound of birds. Is it because of the dark sky? It looks more ominous than holy. Metaphorically, it feels like a gallows. Going up the long hill through the large courtyard, prosecuted before God and falling to hell. What am I talking about? That's not just a metaphor. From the beginning, a church is a place where people die. A hospital is a place where they try to prolong life, but at the same time, it's also a place where people face death. A church is the same. In those terms, no place has more deaths than here. She just got a fucked up mindset.
The church does kill a lot of people, Shiro. You're not wrong.
True. It's weird to just like view a church and be like, ah, the place people go to die.
They do hold funerals there. Yes, Shiro.
The wind is cold. Fastening my collar, I go up the stairs to the church. Kodamine, I came to talk. Enter the chapel. There's no one in here either. Kodamine. See in the back again? Walking between the chairs, I walk to the altar. Pat, 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 pat. A dry sound echoes through the chapel. It must be designed for echoes, as one person's footsteps fill the room. Kodamine, are you not here? I call out in a soft voice. It's certainly strange. I should be calling out in a loud voice if I'm calling for someone. I know he's somewhere in the back, so I should be calling out in a loud voice. But I advance, keeping my voice quiet, my footsteps quiet, and suppressing my presence. It's because the chapel's so magnificent? I feel like as soon as I reveal my presence, something will surround me and cut my head off for disgracing God or something. I pass through the chapel and get out into the courtyard. I think Kodamine's room is... I advance with quiet footsteps. The church is complicated, and I don't know where Kodamine's room is. My memory is vague, so I know I won't be able to get there. Something. I control my breathing. My throat is dry and it's hard to breathe. Why? Even though the hallway is cool, sweat forms on my brow. I stop calling out and examine the surroundings with all my senses. Do I have such... I don't know why. Why I'm walking silently, why my heart's beating so fast, why... An ominous feeling in this place. The same words repeat in my head. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Kodamine isn't here, so you don't have anything to do here. Go home since you're by yourself. Your decision is a mistake. Your actions are a mistake. Your chill is a mistake. Go back. Go back. Go back. This isn't bad. There's nothing bad here. There's nothing here, so go home. I feel sick. I feel nauseous. At times like this, my chill is correct. My sense for danger is good enough for an amateur magus. That's why I can't stop. Suppressing my pounding heart, I look for Kodamine's room. And in that way, I run into the darkness. Underground? I see stairs in the darkness. In a small indent between the walls one would normally miss because the shadows is a narrow staircase. I shouldn't go down there. I'd bet money on it.
Gotta do it anyway.
Kodamine won't be down there. No one will be down there. There can't be down there. There can't be down there. There can't be is down there. There can't be down there. I shouldn't go in there. My neck stiffens. Hear me out.
Oh,
we gotta go down. We gotta go down there.
Yeah, I don't care how much we're gonna die. We're going down the stairs.
I do think this is the part that gets cut out from the anime that I always remember a lot. I enter the darkness. It's a room made of stone. The lights aren't on, but the room itself is glowing blue as if it's a living thing. An underground temple? It might be used quite often, as the temple isn't dirty with dust or mold. How deep is this? I look up the stairs I've descended. The staircase is built along the wall in an arc. It must trace out a perfect half moon, as I can see the start of the stairs about 10 meters directly above me. Is it because there's no light? The arcing staircase that connects this underground and the outside world reminds me of a centipede crawling through this temple. And I notice the door. Under the stairs. The symbol in front of me, beyond it, an entrance to darkness is open. I approach the darkness as if drawn to it. I go through what appears to be an entrance into the place. Is it damp? The floor feels slimy and it's hard to walk on. It's like the time I cleaned a swimming pool at school. The feeling that bog moss covers the floor and the feeling that my leg would rot every time I step in it. I stop. It's because I'm scared by the nasty feeling of the floor, but more than that because I smell an awful stench. I plug my nose in reflex. The smell isn't momentary, but ongoing. It's not the smell of meat, but it's not gunpowder either. Is this formalin? The smell of medicine fills this room. My senses were numbed as soon as I come underground. I don't feel any chills or pressures anymore. But still, my heart beats like it's expanding to twice its size. And my hands are vermiculating like they're going to crumble in pieces. And the worst thing is, my eyes have gotten used to the darkness. The darkness fades. A drop falls somewhere. Is that a signal? The things I couldn't see before are engraved in my eyes instantly. Ah. It is a living hell that's somehow familiar. There are corpses. There are corpses. There are corpses. There are corpses. There are corpses all around me. The smell of medicine covers the smell of death. That's the cause of the dripping sound. The water is dripping into the corpses' mouths. The slightly open mouths take in the water, and it must have been like that for many years, as the lips are swollen and rotten, and the jaws are decomposing on some. Ah. Ah. I tell myself that this isn't happening. I don't want to think that such a thing can happen. But I can't deceive myself. I can tell in a second. Even though there are this many corpses, no one is dead in here. They're alive.
What the fuck?
They're alive. These things that can only be perceived as corpses, these things that used to have human shape, are still quite alive. I remember a news story I heard somewhere. It was a story about a whale. About a guy who survived for a month after being swallowed by a whale. That huge creature has a huge digestive system to maintain its huge body. The great thing is, the creature has two of them. The first stomach is where it keeps all the fish it swallows. The next one is the one that digests all the creatures it stores. So the man who was swallowed lived for a month being slowly melted in the lightless, warm, stinking meat lacking in oxygen. In the stomach full of dead fish, he lived for a month as his clothes and hair melted, a month not knowing when he'd be sent to the stomach. And then some fishermen killed the whale, and when they were cutting it apart, a smooth and slimy human came out of the stomach like an alien. Yeah. It's a tragic story, but this is just as bad. Oh. Why are they alive? Every corpse is deformed. They lack too many of the human characteristics. No limbs. Those that have had them cut off. Those that have had the ends decomposed, leaving only the bone. Those who are ground down in the cracks in the floor. Those who have become homes to bugs splattered on the walls. No matter how they came to be that way, they have no limbs remaining, and all of them are worn out like rotten trees. I don't even need to know why. The corpses are being eaten by the coffin. I don't know how it works. It's just that the corpses are stuck to the coffin, and the coffin is sucking nutrition out of the corpses. The flow of life. The coffin is sucking up magical energy. No, something close to the soul. Slowly. So not to kill the ones it leeches off of, and so as to not allow them to live. The sound of the wind that sounds like sobbing. It seems like screams coming out of the corpses' mouths. Their throats have already decayed and they can't let out voices. It's already become just an organ to keep them alive. But still, the corpses are crying out. In an almost inaudible voice, they scream with all their might. It must be the pain and the fear. They continue screaming, unable to stand, losing their form and being eaten alive. I hear a sound. The coffin in front of me gasps. Oozing. An eye drops off as it turns its neck towards me. But still, it stares directly at me. The swollen lips move a little. It speaks in a voice that's not even a voice. Where am I? Oh.
Do you want me to be the corpse?
Yeah, you can be the corpse.
You can keep talking to yourself if you want to.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. Be the corpse.
Where am I?
And ask me that question. I'm right on the verge of screaming. Fair. No, I can't even scream now. Where am I? It doesn't say it hurts, nor does it ask for help, but it just says it doesn't understand why it's here. Is that the reason? He was like that before he realized it? He lived normally, went to sleep naturally, and was gasping here when he woke up? His limbs are already gone, sucked by that coffin, rotting away from the ends, unable to move, and he can only believe this is just a bad dream. My heart might break. From this scene and from this terrible spectacle. But why? Why do I recognize them? I've never seen them, but I recognize every one of the corpses. This is the first time I've seen them. They're people I shouldn't know. They're people unrelated to me, but why are they, as if knowing me, staring at me? And I have another question.
I have lots of questions.
Is it some coincidence, or do sacrifices have to meet this condition? Why are all the corpses here children of the same age? Men.
Oh, welcome, Emiyashiro.
Suddenly, I'm tapped on the shoulder from behind, as if being greeted by a friend. My body freezes at the sudden event, and I can't even turn around. But I don't even need to turn around to tell who the person behind me is. Kodamine Kyrie. The priest of this church, the man who made this hell. And a devil I must not meet more than anything else in this place.
What awful timing. It was foolish of me to prepare food for you, thinking that you would come soon. I was unable to welcome you last time, correct? I thought I was attending to your needs, but it seems we missed each other.
I can't talk. The priest's hands are heavy on my shoulders.
But I cannot approve of this trespassing. If you do such things, you will end up seeing things you should not. Such as a truth that might send a relationship back to a blank page.
The priest's voice is more cheerful than I've ever heard it. Kodamine Kyrie, standing behind me with his hands on my shoulders, is definitely smiling. That's why. I'm frightened.
What is it, Emiyashiro? You came to talk, so it does no good for you to stay silent. I'm disappointed. Is this spectacle really so outrageous?
The priest says inhuman things in a cheerful voice. Does this man not feel anything when faced with this? Ugh. I don't even need to tell him the scene is outrageous.
Well, that is cold of you. It is simple compassion to say that it is not even if you might think it is unpleasant. After all, you guys are like brothers and sisters. I do not think they will be saved if you act that way.
Huh? Just now. What did this man say? What did you say?
I said that you and these corpses are fellow mates. By whatever means you all survived that living hell. Even if you have no blood relations, I believe the connection is close to that of brothers and sisters. Am I wrong?
I see. That's why I thought I recognized them. This is the continuation of 10 years ago. And this place is the continuation of that hospital room.
Oh, that's so fucked.
My head spins. Children who lost their homes and parents. They were supposed to be sent to an orphanage and stay there until they found someone who'd adopt them. But I was adopted by Emiya Kiritsugu before that, and I did not know what happened to them afterward. I avoided thinking about it. The orphanage was the church on top of the hill, and I could have gone there anytime I wanted to. Still, I hesitated. I felt it wasn't fair for me to get adopted and then go see children who didn't get adopted. So if I was to meet them, it would be in town. We would meet accidentally, be able to talk normally, and we would be over the fire incident. I was looking forward to such a meeting, thinking that we surely would meet as it's such a small town, so why have I not met even one of them? Koto... Mine...
That is right, Emiyashiro. If you had not been taken by Emiya Kiritsugu, you would have been one of them. Do you understand? You alone survived once again. Everyone around you dies, but you survive. What do you think? Do you not think it is unfair?
My pulse returns. My frozen body defrosts in an instant.
Oh no, I'm not criticizing you. It is rather delightful. Emiyashiro's survival abilities are impressive. Honestly, I did not expect you to remain until the end. That is why I've allowed you to be reunited with your brothers and sisters in your final moments. Hell yeah, we're gonna die!
Yeah.
You really are lucky. I was planning to close this place up after today, so you barely made it. 10 years now, I kept them alive to feed the servant, but it's coming to an end. I cannot hope to extract the same amount of soul as when I started. There's no more need for food in any case. All that remains now is to kill you and your servant.
You! With that word, I break all restraints. I move my body, which had been bound. I fling the hands off my shoulder, throw myself forward, and turn to face the priest. Kotomine, you... I face him, placing enough distance between us. In that moment, I feel a powerful shock from behind me. That's weird. I can't breathe. A sharp horn is growing out of my chest. The horn looks like the head of a spear. That's strange. How can a spear be growing out of my chest?
Oh, I have not told you. I have not yet told you. I shall formally introduce you. This is my servant.
I turn to look back. There. A blue spearman is standing, piercing my chest. The lance is pulled out of my chest.
Gross!
Oh, that noise.
That's so good.
At the same time, a sharp pain runs through my head as if to burn my brain. Yeah. Oh. The floor is painted red. I'm lying on the slimy floor. I push on my arms to get up, but my body's too heavy. I can't move. Not because I'm bound, but because I lack the things people need to move.
Limbs?
Get to... The pain in my chest exceeds the blood loss's power to drive me unconscious. I can't pass out. I've taken fatal wounds several times before. They were all so bad they even numbed my senses. But this is different. It's a fatal wound, but the pain is too real. My vision spins. As soon as I black out from the pain, I'm awoken by the next pain. I can't feel my limbs. I can't even tell where I am. All I feel are pain, nausea, and the temptation that would feel so good to just disappear.
You did not kill him, right, Lancer? If you did, there was no point in keeping him alive until now.
I can only hear voices. I have my eyes open, but I can't see anything. I'll follow your orders, even if they're disgusting ones. Lance's voice shows no emotion. But I can barely hear it now.
Fine, then we shall prepare now. The servant will know of the master's danger. It should be about half an hour until Saber gets here.
Kotamine, this kid won't make it that long. You should at least stop his blood loss if you want him alive until then.
No need. I do not care if he dies.
My mind starts to pass out. Pain finally overcomes my brain and allows me to faint. I stop that by digging into my wound. The pain starts again. My fainting mind returns to the burning world again. I want to die. I want to die right now if this pain's going to continue. I know that. I know that, but if I faint here, I also know that I'll die. I can't even remember what I'm doing now. I feel like I'm floating in this white, burning pain. Saber. But I grip my teeth and hold on to my disappearing consciousness. I can't let it end here. I can't retire so easily. I still have a promise I haven't kept. If I believe she's more important than anyone, I can't just disappear here.
Status screen updated.
It's probably to tell you who Lancer's master is.
Oh, yeah, 'cause we had no idea.
Right.
Also, I just realized that I've been Kyrie for a while, but we still have his name on your side.
Yeah, because that was him early on. Yeah.
And then you had to do all the talking for, like, days.
Yeah.
I'll update it for the next round.
When she wakes up, Emiya Shiro cannot be found. She thought he might be preparing a late lunch, so she makes her way to the living room, but she can find neither Shiro nor any lunch.
He has gone out alone again? I told him to tell me if he does so. Why does he not listen to me?
She complains to herself and sits by the porch.
Honestly, I know he likes to walk alone, but that takes away the whole meaning of our cooperation.
She swings her legs, not knowing what to do. She soon loses interest in that and looks up as if pondering. The whole sky is shaded in gray. The canopy of clouds is drifting slowly, and an opening can be seen in the distant sky. It should be a clear sky tonight. Once the stars can be seen, tomorrow can be predicted. She still remembers how to read the stars, something she learned from her magus. She's only used it to ask if her way was right, but she thinks about predicting a certain person's future, just for tonight. And if possible, a bright future.
Awkward.
She wants to predict the dangers ahead and guide him in the proper direction. The one she worries about is so reckless, she can't sleep unless she does so.
Well, the problem is the stars that can be seen from this town.
Come to think of it, she's never looked up at the sky until this day. All she cared about was winning the Holy Grail War and not reading stars for someone else. She knows it's not like her. But she still tries to read the stars, and she waits for nightfall to come. Honestly, this is a big change in her thinking. She continues to stare at the sky, thinking it's just like the young girls in love she's read about in stories.
Oh, Saber, do you know where Shiro went?
Yep. That's not.
Oh, that's the other me.
Yeah. Yep.
Rin?
She gets up like a robot.
What is it? It is not like I am surrendering to Shiro.
She says so with a red face.
Oh, was I interrupting you?
Rin smiles in an evil manner. She's living under the same roof, but even without that, Emiya, Shiro, and Saber's reactions are easy to understand. She's sharp when it comes to others, so she already knows about them. So of course she's aware of what happened last night.
She did help them have sex the first time.
True.
Well, I'll make fun of you later. Seriously, do you know where Shiro is? I was thinking about asking for his help since Ilya's fever seems to be rising. Ilya's fever? Did she not recover? No, I didn't tell Shiro, but she's almost at her limit. She won't be back to normal until the ritual of the Holy Grail War ends. Her capacity is extraordinary, but it's still filling up. There's still a bit of capacity left, so unimportant functions are still working. But once it's full, she'll have to discard her least important function, which is her ability to be human. Ilya's field is made to break down more and more as the Holy Grail War progresses.
Rin speaks annoyingly, but Saber does not understand what she's trying to say.
Oh, it's fine. I said it in a way you wouldn't understand. Let's put Ilya aside for now. It's about Lancer. I found out who his master is. Lancer's master has been identified? Yeah, well, I found out, or more like I knew it. Lancer's master was a foreigner dispatched by the Magic Association. I already knew that, and I finally found her secret base earlier, but... Rin, you should avoid such dangerous activities. If you found their base, you should have told me. I was going to, but it seemed strange from the outside. I went in thinking it was empty. All I found were traces of blood and a left arm with no command spell. There was nothing else. I think the arm was cut off, but based on how much blood there was, I don't think the master is alive. Lancer's master is already dead. Then Lancer does not exist anymore? They were defeated by another servant after Shiro was attacked 10 days ago? I wish that's the case, but the bloodstains were older than that. Do you know what that means? The servant was not killed and the master was killed first. So a master took the arm, the command spell, and formed a contract with Lancer? But... Shiro and I are the only remaining masters, right? But Lancer still remains. Then that means a magus who's not a master became one after stealing the command spell. But is that even possible, Saber? No.
I also got confused there.
You good, buddy?
Yeah.
You want to be one?
No, I thought you were talking in the Saber voice, but then it said, is that even possible, Saber?
Sorry, I'll do better. My bad.
No, I thought we just both made the same mistake. It's fine.
Oh, now I'm confused.
It should be Rin has the last sentence, like
right,
paragraph
okay.
here.
Even though it's got a new...
Wait, no, sorry. Saber does, not Rin.
Oh!
I just
I
spoke
was in a flow! No, the transfer of the command spell can only be between masters and servants. No matter how superior the magus, he cannot become a master by stealing the command spell. And we're confident this is Rin.
Yes.
I see. Then one more question. Is a master still a master if they have their command spell and their servant, even after the Holy Grail disappears? It is just as you say. As long as the command spell and the servant remain, that magus retains the rights of a master even after the Holy Grail War.
Saber realizes the meaning of Rin's question and swallows her words.
Then you think that the one who killed Lancer's master and formed a contract with Lancer is... Yeah, I can't think of anything else. In that case, Lancer's actions make sense. He seemed like his role was to inspect other servants, right? Usually they expose their true identity when they fight, but he wasn't even hiding his. So that must mean he was only there to collect information. I feel the same way. He did not fight to the end even when he fought with me. Once they have used a noble phantasm, it should be a rule for the servant to kill their enemy. Right. So Lancer's master has another servant. He collected information using Lancer and attacks with this other unknown servant. It's a great strategy. Well, I'm sure it was a pain for Lancer. He had to fight 6 servants, study their techniques, and return to his master. Fighting all 6 servants to a draw, he's quite outrageous in a way.
Rin grows quiet and ponders. Did she follow suit? Saber feels a chill for no reason. Lancer's master has already been killed. An unknown master who uses heroic spirit of that degree just to collect information? And as the master planned, the only servants remaining are Lancer and Saber. If the enemy is such a person, is it not dangerous to leave Shiro by himself even during daytime? There were several enemies before, but there are no other enemies now. If they only have to defeat Shiro, the enemy might not follow their previous plan.
Rin, do you know where Shiro would be?
When she starts thinking like that, it will not stop. She cannot leave Shiro alone. Even now, Shiro might be in danger.
Huh? I don't know. I asked you because I didn't know, but he might be at Kirei's. He went off to talk to him before, too. To that church? What's wrong, Saber? Do you have something against that church? No, it is not that, but...
That church is not a holy place. It's stagnated with death at the same level as the Ryudo Temple. The instant she regrets that Shiro might be there by himself, a vision of some other place pops into her head. She glares into the distance. She looks in one direction towards Kodamine Church on top of the hill. There's no time.
Oh, we zoom in.
Saber leaps out to the yard and jumps onto the wall.
Hey, Saber, what are you doing? I'm going to the church. Please take care of this place, Rin.
Without even turning to Rin, she jumps off. She runs like a bullet. She reaches the place without stopping or slowing down. If anybody saw her, it would have just looked like a sudden gust of wind. The wind is clad in silver and blue armor. Saber is armed as soon as she greets the enemy's territory. She did not intend to arm herself. She decided to arm herself once she entered the church. But she could not help it. As soon as she saw the church, her mind burned up and made her arm herself. Her chest is burning. The nausea that's been assaulting her is not hers. It's the chill coming from her master, a hopeless scent of death. She does not know what's going on. The only sure thing is that Emiya Shiro is on the verge of death. And there's no time. His wound could cause him to die at any second. The pain and the chill going around her body causes sickening nausea. It's less than 1,000th of the pain Emiya Shiro is feeling. He will not live. She'll not make it, even if she rushes with Godspeed. She's dying right now, and she might lose her master in front of her eyes. The instant she imagines that, her rationality vanishes. She just has to rush to her master as fast as possible. If Godspeed's not fast enough, she just has to break through the reason of God. Her angry glare stares down the church. She crashes through the door and enters the chapel. She does not see the chairs. She ignores the path, goes through the chapel, through the courtyard, down the stairs leading underground. All that's left are the demolished walls and floor of the church. Incidentally, she's not that violent. She tried to open the door softly and did not put that much magical energy in her legs when she kicked off the ground. She merely could not control them. She goes down the stairs and reaches the underground temple. The sense of death is near. Actually seeing it, her anger goes over the limit. Anger toward herself and anger toward the enemy who did such a thing. Yo, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I don't know why I thought Kotabine Kiri would say the word yo. That's my bad.
Yo, I'm sorry, but this is it, Saber. She cannot even hear the voice of Lancer blocking her way. She's straining at her limits, and it seems she can't loosen up no matter what happens. Her master's down in the darkness. In the back room. In the middle of the room, full of live corpses, he's on his stomach. Blood is pouring out of him, and his gasping can be heard even in his temple. He's alive. All the while, she's relieved. She shakes from having left him for so long in that state.
Sure.
Saber heads to the back room. But there's a guard in front of it. Holding his lance behind him, the blue spearman looks at Saber with fearless eyes. Yo, I'm sorry, but this is it, Saber. She does not hear his voice. So she does not stop. You! Ignoring me, huh? This is one would expect for him to block it while he was talking. Lancer blocks Saber's surprise attack, but could not defeat its power as he retreats to the wall. That makes the hindrance go away. There's no time to fight Lancer now. She has to save her master, who's on the verge of death. Is that kid that important to you? I don't mind, but in that case, you really can't leave me alone. Saber stops at the entrance.
What do you mean by that, Lancer?
Well, I'm the one that stabbed him, but this is actually the second time I did it. He stayed alive the last time I did for some reason, so I pierced him for sure this time.
You used gay bulg on Shiro?
Don't worry, I didn't hit his heart, but the curse is still there. Even you should know the curse of this lance. This is the lance of cause and effect that reverses the cause and the effect. The one cursed by this thing cannot change their fate unless they have great luck. To put it simply, the wound made by the gay bull cannot be healed. The one curse cannot heal and bears the wound until they die, as long as this lance exists. That changes the air. Saber's eyes regain intelligence. Ha! You finally understand. You want to save that kid, right? You'll have to settle your match with me first. Lancer's beast-like killing intent comes at Saber. It's true that Lancer is serious. But...
Are you insane, Lancer? A Lancer would fight a swordsman in this small room? I cannot believe such a foolish idea would come from you. I shall let you go if you leave now. Leave that lance and disappear. I do not want to slay you in such an undesirable battle.
Isn't that a more foolish idea? What kind of heroic spirit would discard their partner? I didn't Pearson make some kind of a deal. I'm here to fight you, Saber. There's no dishonesty in his words. Lance does not intend to let either of them leave here alive. For him, this is the first and last battle where he can go full strength. Lance's wish is not for the Holy Grail. He wishes only for battles appropriate to heroic spirits. Such a simple wish that should have been easily granted to a normal servant was never granted him until now. Therefore, he has no intention of losing out on what might be his last chance. Even if it happens to be an unfavorable situation for him.
Lancer said, I want to be summoned to fuck shit up, and that's it.
I want to fucking fight somebody, and I will do it in some capacity.
Alright, then I shall just slash away that lance along with you.
Saber readies her invisible sword and faces the Blue Knight. Well said. To be honest, I'm glad you're the one that's left, Saber. Lancer's lance runs like a flash of light. Saber confronts it straight on. The rematch begins with both of them executing powerful blows. I'm gonna grab beer real quick. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. All I can hear is my own breathing now. I might have a fever that could burn someone to ashes, as it feels like my brain's already melting and pouring out of my ears. Stop, 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 stop! Something's wrong. It feels like I don't have a brain anymore, but my body still keeps telling me about the pain and my head accepts it. Help, 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 help! My head isn't the only thing that's empty. I don't know where my heart or stomach are either. The nausea's unbearable. There's nothing left to throw up, but the nausea increases without limit. I endure the infinite repetition with gritted teeth. I can stay conscious. It's my pain, so only I have to endure it. There's no problem there. Give it back, give it back, give it back, give it back. So the problem is the voices. My head is empty and I can only hear my breathing, but these voices still echo in my head. I don't even need to think whose voices they are. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm going mad. Every time I hear their voices, I'm stabbed in the chest. It's not scary. I just don't have any way to atone to them. Hey, 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 hey! No matter how much they beg for help, and no matter how much I want to help them, I can't help them. I won't ask them to stop calling to me. It's just that no matter how much they call, I can't help them. That's why. I think my heart will break if this continues. Return it, return it, return it, return it! Ha! No matter how much they ask, I can't assent. All I can do is to end it for them. I can only fix the contradiction of the living dead. I can only make the creator of this hell atone for his sins. I can't take back any sad events or miserable deaths. That's my limit. A superhero only exists to straighten out what's already happened. Who was it that said that? Since I denied those words, I'm being cornered right now. To be honest, I want to run away. I have no way to save them. I can only listen to them. I have no miracle to grant them. I don't have enough power to deny his claim that a superhero is only so strong. And if I had a miracle that could save them, would I use it?
I was muted for the stream so I can eat my popcorn and not be crunching the whole time. Ahem. She is here. Wake up, Miyashiro. Your servant has arrived.
Her voice. It's coming from right behind me. But I can't hear what it's saying. My vision is blurry. There's nothing in front of me. All I sense are the voices asking for help and the figures that are already dead.
He is doing well, but he cannot match Saber as I expected. I need one more servant either way. I do not care whether that happens to be Saber or Lancer, but I shall make a selection before that.
I can't hear anything. This man's voice echoes in my head.
Well, it is time for your turn. Let us go, Miyashiro.
My head is lifted. The man grabs my head and pulls me forward. That lets me feel the man behind me. The man has swallowed black corruption. His heart is black, and it seems like he's surrounded by an unknown darkness. The black corruption reaches in from the outside world, and it's like a chain binding the man. I don't know what it means. Only one thing is clear. This man, Kotomina Kirei, was just like me. His body had some kind of fatal wound, and he's compensating for it with that unknown something. As I heal using Saber's power, Kotomina Kirei is maintaining his corpse-like body with his black corruption.
Gross, I don't remember this at all! That is it, Saber. Lower your sword if you wish to save your master.
What is going on? My vision is still blurry and I can't even raise my head.
You too, Lancer. We are partners seeking the Holy Grail after all. We should not kill each other so recklessly. If Saber only came to pick this man up, I will gladly let her do so.
A gloomy laugh.
Do you think I would believe those words coming from one who has killed Lancer's master and is about to kill my master as well?
Who is he talking to? I can't hear the voice, but the sound rings through my fainting mind like a bell.
Trust me, I do not wish to fight you. Things have turned out like this, but I will not interrupt you if you wish to seek the Holy Grail. From the beginning, my role is to determine the possessor of the Holy Grail. You two are more than qualified, therefore if you wish, I could give you the Holy Grail right here. Are you saying the Holy Grail is here? It is here. The Holy Grail exists everywhere. It is a shapeless vessel to begin with. Its completion depends on when, where, and what it is summoned in. This church is sufficient just to summon it. Of course, the Holy Grail is incomplete if there is more than one servant remaining, but it should still be able to grant most wishes. If that is not sufficient for you, then you may continue fighting. I do not want that, but I shall accompany you if you choose so. Is that fine with you, Lancer?
It's not. We don't need to go so far. We could decide the match right now if we wanted to.
In this situation, you are at a disadvantage in this room, and Saber would not be able to fight if she is concerned for her master. I do not think this would be a satisfying battle for you.
A spitting sound. It seems the man has reluctantly agreed. I don't...
Sorry, I was hoping I could go forward enough. And
Yeah.
Who it was?
It's either Lancer or Saber, I think. I'm kind of feeling Lancer energy from that.
Sam?
It doesn't really matter who says it, right?
Right.
Fine. Let me ask you one thing. What is the Holy Grail? Isn't it not meant to appear until there's only one of us left? Did the thing that summoned us trick us from the beginning?
No, it is true. The Holy Grail will not appear until there's only one servant left. But the vessel in which the Holy Grail will appear is a different story. That is prepared with the shape from the start, and the power flows into it until the Holy Grail is summoned. Since only 2 servants remain, it should begin to acquire power as the Holy Grail. Is that not correct, Saber? You remained to the end of the previous war. You should understand what the Holy Grail prepared by the Ainsburns is. Yes, the Holy Grail is always here and waits to be filled with the blood of the sacrifices. But do you not think that is sad? You do not need to wait until only one remains. It should be possible to grant your wishes right now. So there is no meaning in killing each other right here. Yes, your opinion is certainly correct. But then who are you? Is your objective not to obtain the Holy Grail? Wait, now I'm confused!
Yeah, I think you flipped him at some point, but it's fine.
I did flip him! I told you that I am the selector. If an appropriate person exists, I shall gladly give out the Holy Grail. For that, I wish to hear from you, Emiyashiro.
My body moves. My head is grabbed, my body's lifted. It hurts. The wound in my chest opens up. The pain makes my vision go white. You!
Do not worry, I only wish to hear his answer. The Holy Grail only answers those who wish for it. It must interest you whether your master is appropriate for the Holy Grail or not. That is useless. Shiro does not seek the Holy Grail. My master is not as lowly as you. Yes, so he said at the start. But that will not be his true opinion. As every man has his darkness, this man also has a dark side. For instance, did this boy truly curse nothing on that day 10 years ago? Is he not shaking it off by forgetting what lay ahead?
Hold on. What's he saying? A fire 10 years ago has nothing to do with this. This is meaningless. Nothing should come out of it.
Damn. I will open your wound. It is time for your confession, Emiyashiro.
My back arches. My mind reverses like electricity's running through it. In place of my fading mind, a red vision appears. Stop. 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 Stop, stop, stop. Stop, 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 stop. Stop, 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 stop. There's no meaning in this. No one will be saved if I remember this now. Everybody died. Everyone was dead. I was the only one wandering through the fire. The houses had burned down with burned up corpses under them, and sounds of crying came from all around. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I walked alone. I sought help and I wanted someone to save me, so I kept walking, not looking to the side. Stop. All the while, how could I think that no one was asking for help from me when I could still move? Stop. Help! 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 Yeah, I noticed. There's no way I couldn't have noticed. I walked through it all. I ignored the voices sobbing in pain. I ignored the voices going mad trying to escape. I ignored the screams of those not wanting to die. I ignored the pleas of mothers wanting me to take their children. I even ignored the dying eyes that could not ask for help. I kept walking, only seeking help for myself. Wait. I was tired of looking at corpses. I was already tired of seeing people die in pain. I thought I couldn't save them. I thought they would die no matter what I did. That's why I never stopped. Stop. Give it back, give it back, give it back, give it back. I thought I had to live even a second longer because I had to go that far. If there were people who died without being able to do anything, as long as I could do something, I thought I had to live. Stop. My heart was almost crushed. I held back my tears and walked on in search of an escape. It was hard to live on while ignoring the pleas for help. I knew. It would be easier if I apologized, so I never apologized. I believed that would be my only sincerity, as I could not do anything. Stop! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. And as I wished, I alone was saved. The only ones at the hospital were children unfortunate enough to be in areas near where the fire occurred. I didn't want to know about it, but the man in the white coat told me. In that area, I was the only survivor. Stop already! I saw people dying in pain. I saw just as many sad people. Because there was a funeral for all those who died in a big building. Every kind of sadness and affection for those that died. I thought that... Just stop. Hey. I had to remember every single bit of it. It's only natural. That many people wanted to be helped, and not one of them had their wish granted. So, since my wish was granted, I thought it was only natural for me to take on their deaths. No. I could not hold my head up unless I thought so. No more. Give it back, give it back, give it back, give it back. That's why I frantically chased after Kiritsugu. For those I couldn't save and for the things I couldn't do, I admired a superhero who could save someone. What was me crumbled away as I ignored the pleas for help. I kept moving forward with an empty mind. No more. Please, 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 please. The people I didn't save taught me that I had to go on. What was lost within all that? I just thought about going forward in place of all the people that died. I couldn't think of anything else. I sealed any memories before that so that I would never think about them. People kinder than anyone else. Memories of those who were my parents, so as not to recall them and go back. I sealed them tight, thinking I was already dead. Don't open it. It's not painful. Emiya Shiro was happy being adopted by Emiya Kiritsugu. So, you've never thought it was a mistake? Telling you, don't open that.
Also, every time they do the hey, I do think of the Bokuto. Hey, hey, hey! And I have to keep myself from
Hey, hey, hey!
Yeah.
Pain. Pain in my chest pulls me back to reality. Ha! God. My nausea doesn't stop. My limbs are numb and my head is burning. My breathing is ragged.
You already yawning?
I yawn from the moment I wake up until the moment I go to bed. It doesn't have anything to do with how tired I am. It is constant, all day long, every day.
Jake said, my whole life is tired. I'm sorry.
Return it, return it, return it, return it. Their voices are echoing in my head. Ha! God. I throw up blood. Is it because my body's dying or because I cannot endure these voices? My chest hurts. My chest hurts. My chest hurts. I can't even plug it, even if I try. What hurts is the pain inside. It'll keep hurting as long as the memory's there, and it'll never heal. Is it an illusion? I see a figure that should not be here. So I have to bear this. I can't think about wanting to die. If she's here, even an illusion, I have to act like I'm alright.
Kiritsugu? No, Kirei.
Well, it's like probably not Kiritsugu.
I got my case messed up. Saber? Kirei? Kirei?
I would guess Kirei.
It is a deep wound. It will be painful if it does not heal. You should not end your life bearing that.
I hear the priest's voice.
Aw, thanks, game.
Nice. The voice is totally unlike him, filled with compassion.
You said you do not need the Holy Grail, but is that true? If you can redo what happened 10 years ago, will you not seek the Holy Grail? You can save everything that was lost in that incident. You can eliminate that disaster, not associate yourself with Imiya Kiritsugu, and be your true self. Is that not the only way to save yourself?
Redo the incident 10 years ago? Redo myself who survived by not saving anyone? No, more than that. If I could make that incident as if it would never happen so that no one would be hurt. Why? I shake my head. I reject that vision with my burning head. I spit at my own weakness. Because it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I hear their voices. My fingers feel the wet floor. Help. I want to go back to that day. Yeah, I wanted that too, though it can't have been as bad as you guys. Even after Kiritsugu adopted me, I went to the burn field often to look at the scenery. I went to the place where nothing remained, opened the door that didn't exist, walked through the hallway that didn't exist, and smiled at my mother who wasn't there anymore. I want to return the days before it happened. I awaited the day when I would wake from this bad dream. That didn't happen, I accepted reality. But if I could obtain a world where it didn't happen, where nobody got hurt, that would certainly be.
No answer. If you wish for it, I shall give you the Holy Grail.
The priest with the Holy Grail says so. Return it, return it, return it, return it. If I wish, these voices will go away. Orphans like me, if fate had taken a slight turn, I would be there as well. So I don't even need to think about this. I don't need to think about it, so why? I don't need it. I can't wish for such a thing. I stare straight at the dead corpses. And I reject them. That is my answer. It doesn't matter what the Holy Grail is. I can't wish to regenerate the dead, nor to change the past.
Right. You can't redo the past. The dead won't come back. What's done cannot be redone. I cannot wish for such a thing. Oh, that's you.
That's fine. My cheeks are hot. Every time I say a miracle is impossible, tears pour out from vexation. I wonder why miracles wishing for such normal happiness are too much for people.
This is for real this time.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Kira.
The Holy Grail makes that possible. Everything will be as you wish.
The priest says so. But I can't agree. Even if I could redo the past, I must not take back what's already happened. Because if I do that, everything would be a lie. Those tears. Those pains. Those memories. That cold reality that hurts my heart, all of it. There were people who died in pain. There were people who risked their lives to save others. There were people who mourned for the deaths. But then, if everything were taken back and it didn't happen, where would all those go? The dead people would not come back. Reality can't be overturned. To continue on remembering the pain and the weight, isn't that how lost things remain? People will eventually die, and death itself is sad. But pain shouldn't be the only thing that remains. A death is painful, but it also leaves behind bright memories. As I'm bound by these people's deaths, as I'm protected by my memories of Kiritsugu, I believe memories become constraints that change the people living now. Even if they're memories that'll eventually be forgotten. This path, I don't believe it's the wrong one.
I see, then you...
I don't need the Holy Grail. I can't stray from my path for the people I've left behind. I declare so within my pain. I control the pain in my fading consciousness and manage to stay up on my knees. Then I finally realize I can't hear the voices. The voices aren't echoing anymore. I don't know how they took my answer, but it's sad that they closed their eyes without a single grudge.
Did we die?
What? No. Oh,
I got stressed out. I was like, it went so long, there's no way!
Oh, we went through an interlude. I think that's a pretty safe bet.
I started to get stressed out. Sorry.
You're fine. That is the answer her master arrived at. The anger she bore until just a moment ago has disappeared. She's at a loss for words, staring at her master. This path, I don't believe it's the wrong one. With his bloody body, with his ragged breath, controlling his tears, I can't stray from my path for the people I've left behind. He has apologized to everything he stepped on, but he still declares that he will not change his path. Her vision wavers. She can't breathe right either. She knew of his past. As Emiyashiro has seen Saber's past, she has also seen his. That is why she thought he would nod. No, she thought he had to nod. She wanted to say that it was not his fault. If he could hear, she wanted to say that's not something Emiyashiro should be burdened with. But still, he denied it. No matter how painful the past, one can't redo it. She almost collapses. Those words are too heavy for her. Making an oath and devoting everything you have to its accomplishment. She'd felt that their ways were similar. But that was just conceit. Only she thought they were similar. They could not be similar. His mind is strong. And she, only able to deny his words, was wrong.
So you chose your wishes over your savior.
The priest lets go of the boy. He looks down at him in annoyance and walks past him as if he's lost all interest in him.
Then how about you, Saber? That kid says he does not need the Holy Grail, but you must have a different opinion. Your goal is to use the Holy Grail to save the world. Do not tell me a heroic spirit like you will be as egotistical as that kid.
Her heart is shaken by his question. The priest says he'll give the Holy Grail. He'll give her the Holy Grail if she has a goal and a wish she wants granted.
That is...
There's no reason to refuse. She fought for that alone. She became a servant for that reason alone. So, what Shira said does not matter to her. To obtain the Holy Grail, Saber...
Then I shall propose an exchange. Saber, kill your master with your own hands to achieve your goal. I shall give you the Holy Grail if you accomplish that.
She would do anything.
Huh?
It's an unexpected proposal. She can't understand it. It's not that she can't understand his words, but such a choice has never existed for her.
What? You should not hesitate. You can kill this kid before he realizes it. First of all, he cannot be saved. Would it not be compassionate to kill him right now?
The priest steps aside. Before her is the door leading to the underground cemetery and a collapsed figure. She walks as if drawn to it. She walks past the priest and enters the damp room. This room is hell. He rides in this place and he was shown his dark side, and yet he declined the priest's offer. She places her hands on her sword. At her feet is her master, breathing painfully. The end of a long journey. The Holy Grail she desired at the cost of her life. It'll be granted just by swinging her sword down. After all, a master and the servant cooperate only until they obtain the Holy Grail. Even if it ends here...
What is it? Why do you hesitate? It is for the Holy Grail. I believe it is quite a bargain.
The priest's words are true. It's strange to hesitate now. But still, this path, I don't believe it's the wrong one. Those words will not leave her. It's vexing, but she isn't like Shiro. She wants to redo everything. On that day, there was someone better suited to become king, someone else to pull out the sword. And that person must have been able to build a more peaceful country. That is her heart that holds her country dear. That is the doubt of the girl Arturia before she became a king. That mind. The mind she left behind on the day she drew the sword. Why did she not realize it before? I can't stray from my path for the people I've left behind. That is her heart that holds her country dear. It's the mind of a girl before she became a king. But it's not the heart of the king. The only one the king believed in was herself. To deny that would be to deny everything she's taken away. Things lost will never return. Her master continued to appeal in his pain. His figure hurts her so much. What did she tell him? That she could not start a new life? She continued to refuse him, saying that she had a duty as the king. What duty is that? To resurrect the destroyed country? To choose a more appropriate king? Or does she only wish to make that destruction never have happened?
That is wrong.
Yes, that is wrong. She was raised and lived as a king. There is no mistake. So, if the result was ruin, why could she not accept it? There are no regrets. If one can be proud of one's life, one should not wish for another chance.
I see now, Shiro.
Shiro's lamentations pierce her heart. He said that the tears would go away. That the pain would go away. That the heaviness in her heart would go away as well. That is salvation by elimination. But if everything were made to never have happened, what would happen to all the things taken away? She's taken away many things and killed many. To bear the pain and regret it is the requiem. So if she wishes for another chance, it should be from this moment on and not from the past. If there is something she could not do, she should not go back to the past to accomplish it, but rather she must start to establish the wishes that never came true from this moment on. But she's no longer a king as she lost her country. So her wish should be for herself, as he says. No. That is not something that should be wished for. It was her decision to become king. It was never painful for her. Even if no one understood or accepted her, she believes what she desired was something she can be proud of. At the least. The girl pulled the sword out, believing so. That is the answer. Just like him, that is the only answer she can be proud of.
Yes.
She remembers the oath that she made a long time ago. Something she has kept to herself. She decided to fight. Even if it meant losing everything and fighting everything.
I was the foolish one.
The oath of the king to fight even in that condition. The king protected the country. But the country did not protect the king. That is all. The result was cruel, but if there's nothing to be ashamed of in the process, there was no need to seek it. Oh, fuck.
It's okay.
She swore to accomplish her duties as king.
You were like, cruising!
Even the result was her destruction. She fulfilled that oath until the very end. So, she doesn't need anything else. Yes, she did not want everything. From the beginning, there was only one thing she wanted. She lost many things to obtain it, but there was something she protected until the very end. With that in mind, let her end the dream that was never granted.
I want the Holy Grail, but I cannot kill Shiro.
Pointing her sword at her enemy, she says so from the bottom of her heart.
What? Do you not understand, fool? I said, I favor... Oh, I understand now. I don't know why I got that confused. I can read.
It's hard sometimes.
Dude, Do you not understand, fool? I said I favor Shiro more than that thing.
That's why her role's already determined. To be his sword and shield. And so she can't hesitate any longer.
Are you saying you do not want the Holy Grail? I do not wish it if it will dirty me. I already have everything I wanted.
Yes, everything was there. Her pride is a knight and her oath is the king. Even the dream the girl Arturia wished for. I certainly heard those words. The confession of the girl who wished for the Holy Grail. She confessed that she no longer needs such a thing. Saber. Controlling my ragged breathing, I call her name. Even though I can't see her, I can tell she's nearby. The pain is subsiding. I don't know if it's because she's near me, but the wound is starting to heal up.
Can you stand, Shiro? Please take my hand if you can.
Yeah, I can. I take her hand. My vision recovers. Energy starts to flow into my weak body. Saber, this is...
Yes, even the curse of the gay bull will not be effective against you now. It shall heal completely if you stay by my side. But rather...
Saber turns to look toward the underground temple. Beyond the door, at the exit of this room, stands the last master, Kotomine Kirei, and Lancer.
I see.
He observes us as if seeing us for the first time.
You two are boring.
He spits this out in an emotionless voice.
It seems I will have to keep the Holy Grail after all. That will be rather violent. The Holy Grail needs to be complete to grant me my wish. I am sorry, but you must die here, Emiya Shiro.
I try to stand ready, but my body still won't move. I can barely stand by taking Saber's hand. I can't fight like this, and more than anything, I'll be a burden on Saber.
You are worrying me, you see, Shiro. Please stay here. I shall be able to take on both of them. Oh, you have a lot of confidence. Do you think it would be wise to run now, Lancer?
Lancer doesn't respond. First of all, Kotomine doesn't sound like he's in danger. He's just saying he's scared of us.
Kotomine, I shall ask before I defeat you. What are your intentions? What do you wish as the supervisor of the Holy Grail? Well, to put it simply, I wish for entertainment, but it's not something I need in a hurry. To be frank, I do not have much interest in the Holy Grail, but that matches my tastes. If there are no appropriate owners, I shall take it for the sake of the world. Ridiculous. What are you trying to claim after killing a master and becoming a master yourself? You must have intended to obtain the Holy Grail from the beginning. Nonsense. I came by it by chance. I killed Lancer's master because outside magi are troublesome. I do not want outsiders to discover the true nature of the Holy Grail, so I had the master leave at an early stage. But it would not have been smart to eliminate the servant as well. I needed a piece to hasten the fighting, so I just borrowed Lancer's master's rights as a master.
Tongue twister.
Yeah, that was...
What?
I can't believe I got through that whole sentence.
What? Then Kotomine became a master by killing Lancer's master?
I see. I shall not ask any more about yourself, but I will have you fulfill your duty as a supervisor. Where's the vessel? The vessel of the soul of this war. What? Do you mean you were hiding it without realizing it?
He gasped in surprise.
Did I flip those again? I don't
No.
think so. Okay.
But only for an instant. After looking us over with pleasure, he snaps his fingers to bring in the last character.
What? Bling, 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 bling.
The two tense up. Hard footsteps descend from above.
Well, it probably isn't necessary, but let me introduce him anyway. This is the servant Archer. He is the heroic spirit that was my partner in the last Holy Grail War.
The Golden Knight appears. It is Gilgamesh, the King of Heroes. The atmosphere changes immediately. Gilgamesh, appearing suddenly, crosses the temple and stands by Kotomine.
This fucking outfit, I love him so much. Oh my god. Well, does anyone remember that Shiro remembers his mom's smile? Look, man, I have hyper fixated on Shiro, so I have spoiled the shit of myself for the VN, but like, who cares?
I feel that. I have also hyperfixated on Shiro in my life.
Is this your alternate account, Jake?
Yeah, it's actually just me typing in the chat.
Like, that's amazing, bro! Meet Jake, who also is hyper fixated on enemy Shiro. Okay.
Sometimes you just over-identify with the character in your youth. Whether it be Shiro or Cyclops, it's all the same.
It's all the same. I'm surprised your name isn't, Shiro Claps.
Doesn't really.
Emia Claps. M Claps. I'm just, okay, I'm done.
Saimia.
So,
Yeah.
what are you going to do now, Kotomine? Are we settling the match with these nuisances here? I don't think this is good directing on your part. I can't do that many men voices.
Yeah, I can go back to Kira. Sure.
Then we have 2 and 2. Actually, you still have Lancer.
That's fine. Lancer doesn't talk much. Do not say that. I was not expecting this either. I shall listen to your complaints later, so forgive me.
Well, if you understand, it's fine. But can you not do something about that vulgar man? I might kill him if he glares too much at me.
The hell is this, Kotomine? That man is your servant?
I almost talked for Kotomine again.
Yeah, I was also like waiting. Oh, I did not explain it to you yet. He is my servant from the previous war. We shared the same feelings after the last war ended. Since he obeyed me and I prepared sufficient food for him to stay here, we ended up cooperating. So that's the reason for that disgusting room. Fine, but why didn't you tell me about it? Do you think there was a need to? Or did you want to cooperate with him on your mission? No way. I'd rather die than cooperate with that guy. Now there are 3. Lancer's by the stairs, and Gilgamesh is standing in the temple. There's no way we can win. We can't even match Gilgamesh, and we can't even run away if Lancer's there as well. Kotomine, you said you didn't know about him. Do not doubt me. I'm a priest. I cannot lie. That's not true. You said you couldn't ignore a servant from the last war. Yes, I was surprised as well. I ordered Archer to stay here, but he disobeyed and went to attack you. It is only natural for you to discover me if you investigate Archer. Therefore, I had to come up with some sort of a plan. See, I did not lie to you at all. That's like you did. You just definitely.
Yeah, I feel like yeah. Hello.
Yeah, you like very directly lied to me. Whatever. I'm pissed. That guy tricked me, and I came straight to the enemy's base.
So, are you Archer's master?
Correct. This is much like a repeat of 10 years ago. Well, I was unable to witness the final moment since Kirtsugu had already defeated me. This will be the second and the last time I shall see you.
Answer me. Why does Archer still remain? What caused that fire? Why are you still alive even after being beaten by Kiritsugu?
Saber is angry as there's hatred in her voice. A question long unanswered. As if asking about the crime and the disaster 10 years ago. I do not even need to tell you. 10 years ago, the Holy Grail was incomplete but full, and it was possible to obtain it. I merely touched it. You and Kiritsugu were powerful, so I wished for a diversion to separate you two, but I was surprised by the diversion that occurred.
Sorry, I dropped popcorn on the ground. It wasn't that dramatic.
Hold on. Could that be...
The fire? Saber?
I think so.
Did you cause that fire with the power of the Holy Grail?
Who knows? I think the Holy Grail would have done the same thing even if I was someone else. It is a thing of that nature. People call it an omnipotent vessel, but only blood, darkness, and curses fill it. You saw it as well, right? The darkness that spilled out from it when you destroyed the Holy Grail. It only spilled onto Archer. Archer would not have lost his way if you had not destroyed the Holy Grail.
Oh god, there's popcorn in my mouth. Yes. Ugh. Nonsense. The Holy Grail is a magical vessel that grants the wishes of its possessor. That fire must have been your wish.
Only the result. The process was not what I had in mind. I only wished for people to be gone from that place. In any case, you lack imagination. Your wishes will be granted. That is fine, but how will your wish be granted? Did you think the world would change the instant you wish? I do not know about the original Holy Grail, but this Holy Grail is merely a vortex of power. It cannot make precise calculations or correct any inconsistencies. It is only pure power. It is like a great weapon. If the possessor wishes for great riches, it will kill everything around it to bring happiness to its possessor. Do you understand? That magical vessel is the defective item that can only grant the wishes of its possessor through a method called destruction.
That is not what was promised. Is the Holy Grail not something that will grant any wish to its possessor?
It is. The measures the Holy Grail takes are very reasonable. Letting one person survive means killing another. This world is one of equal exchanges. Wishing for some special event means feeding on something to make it possible. Wishes will not come true if you worry about harmony. It is merely a fluctuation dependent on the plundering of the weak. It is the most efficient fluctuation. I can understand Saber's surprise.
Did we just explain equivalent exchange?
Yeah. If Kodamine is telling the truth, the Holy Grail is far from the Holy Grail she wished for. A power that only grants the wish of its possessor. The usurper that grants the wish of its possessor at the cost of everything else. This is the true identity of omnipotent power given to the master and the servant.
Then the Holy Grail is...
a poisoned vessel that eliminates everything but its possessor. You will know when you see it. It is a true curse. And that delights me. Touching the Holy Grail is a dream for a man of the church, but this Holy Grail exists to kill everything, and to be able to control that, it is like a dream. I love murder.
That's basically what I heard.
Saying that, the priest laughs. It's not a polite laugh like before. A laugh from the bottom of his heart, a holy laugh without any evil. That laugh forces me to realize this man is not human.
This guy's a fucking psychopath.
I cannot let him have the Holy Grail over anyone. Then this is goodbye. Take care of this trash, Lancer. Take the boy. Archer, take Saber. The priest turns his back and goes up the stairs. The only ones left are me and the 2 servants. And Saber, standing as if to guard me, glaring at her enemies. Time passes. We have to defeat Lancer and Gilgamesh to escape outside. It's impossible to beat them. We have to do something and regroup.
Weren't you stabbed?
Yeah, pretty badly. And with a curse of death.
Alright. Shiro.
Saber mutters while looking at the enemy.
I know I'm asking for something impossible, but please stay beside me.
She grasps my hand firmly. That tells me she's ready. Alright, I'll do my best to follow you, so don't worry about me. I nod to her. I can barely walk right now. Saber and I both know that. With that in mind, Saber's told me she'll break through this. So what can I do but nod? Yes, I trust you. I fucking knew that was gonna be Saber. I started reading that, I knew it was Saber. God damn it.
Honestly, I was a little confused. I was like, I think that... Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I trust you.
She replies in a small voice.
Now!
That works. That works. Letting go of my hand, Saber runs to the temple. The 2 figures react to her movement. What? Only Saber and I are surprised. What happened? Lancer's lance that should have attacked me goes for Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh's longsword repels Lancer's lance as if expecting it. Sorry, I missed.
I see. Your lance must be pretty light.
The 2 separate without any sign of hostility.
Your target is that mongrel. You do remember that I'm in charge of Saber, right?
Oh, that. Sorry, but I changed my mind. He didn't order me with the command spell, so I'm not gonna obey him. Saying so, Lancer faces Gilgamesh as if protecting us.
Lancer, you are...
If it's something stupid, don't say it. I'm not helping you or anything. I'm just following my beliefs. Lancer points his lance at Gilgamesh.
Lancer lances his lance at...
He really intends to let us go. Well, I was at my limit too. I'm not nice enough to listen to his orders when he looks down on me this much. I'm cutting my ties with Kotomine right now.
Oh, you are breaking your contract with him? So you do not mind being eliminated now, even though the Holy Grail is right in front of you?
Don't treat me like you. I've never had any interest in a second life. No hero is interested in such a thing. We're not attached to this world. We're just attached to the oaths we couldn't fulfill. Well, I guess a greedy apparition like you wouldn't understand.
I see. A man with a brilliant depth has something different to say. So this betrayal is a result of your heroic piety as well, huh? Jeez, following your beliefs sure is hard, Lancer.
The air behind him distorts. Weapons appear in empty space.
Lancer, he has all the original noble phantasms. He is the king of heroes with the longest history. Even you cannot take him on head-to-head.
Damn, I see. No wonder he's so conceited. He's the guy who destroyed his own country, but he's doing whatever he wanted, so of course he's twisted.
Lancer, this is no time to be bluffing.
Just get lost. Who are you to give me advice? Don't think I'm on your side just because I protected you. Jeez, this is why I don't like well-mannered knights. Lancer urges Saber to run. Ah, Lancer's voice kills my throat. Saber hangs her head for a second.
Good luck. I shall return this favor.
Taking my hand, she runs to the stairs.
Damn, I let them go.
Gilgamesh just watches us go, not trying to follow us. Oh, so Saber wasn't your target?
Well, to be honest, such a match did not suit my taste. If you had not done this, I would have done the same thing.
We go up the stairs. She's worried about me, so we aren't going up that fast. Ignoring our slow pace, the confrontation underground escalates without limit. The murderous intent continues to grow. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to let Saber go as well?
Of course, I had no intention to kill Saber. That thing is mine. But I cannot stay idle if I want the Holy Grail. I need just one more servant to die for the ritual to be completed.
1,000 swords appear. The Golden Knight grins. That's why he was able to block Lancer's surprise attack. Lancer wasn't the only one trying to launch a surprise attack on his ally. Damn, so this was your plan all along.
I told you, I would have done the same thing if you had not done so. You deserve praise, Kabulin. This situation is ideal for me.
The distance between the two decreases. Before I see them clash, we leave that place.
Did your magic sword powers inside your body just make it so that you've healed through the gay bulg?
Yeah, it sure does have healing powers, but he's still like injured at the moment.
Yeah, but like you got like mega fucked up.
I mean, he got his body cut in half when Berserker hit him.
That's true.
This isn't like the worst pain we've ever been in.
We're like,
I mean, part of it.
But a flesh wound.
They were saying too, like part of why it sucked so much because it wasn't enough to like numb him completely. He was like feeling every second of it when they compared it to his previous injuries.
Oh. I guess. Also, can we just talk about how Gilgamesh keeps his normal earrings?
He always has his like blocky earrings.
He's like, I will never give these up. These will always be here. Yes, thank you.
Ugh, I stop. My body tells me I'm at my limit.
Let us rest here, Shiro. You cannot continue in your condition.
Yeah, I'm just causing you trouble like this. I move away from Saber and sit down on the grass. The wound in my chest is still there. It stopped bleeding, but the hole is still there.
That's terrifying.
I feel sick.
Yeah.
Even though the pain is gone, I have a hole in my body. Just looking at it makes me sick, and I wonder why I'm alive like this. Shiro's reacting appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, if I saw just a gaping hole in my body, I too would be like, Shiro, let me look at your wound.
No, it's alright.
Excuse me, this will hurt a bit, but please bear it.
Saber's finger runs across my chest. Then, I don't know why, but she places her hand over my wound and digs into it.
Gross.
Ah! My body jumps. Saber's hand mercilessly digs into me and...
Oh.
You... What? She's digging into me with her bare hands. It should hurt. It should hurt, but... Huh? There's no pain. Rather, pain seems to disappear around the places Saber touches.
I'm done, Shiro. I restored magical energy to the sheath, so your wound should heal in half a day.
Taking her hand off my chest, Saber looks relieved. Sheath? I don't understand at all. Saber, what do you mean by sheath? I think you mentioned it before, but could it be your sheath? I wish I was Saber's sheath. Saber's sheath. The sheath of the sword Excalibur. The sheath of her sword is not invisible air. In the legend, the sheath of Excalibur was a noble phantasm that makes its possessor immortal. But she shouldn't have that. King Arthur died in the Battle of Camlin because that sheath was lost. Saber shouldn't have the sheath right now.
Yes, my sheath is inside your body. It was my fault for not realizing that fact until last night.
In my body? That's ridiculous. There's no way.
Is that so? It was simple from the beginning. You summoned me, Shiro. It was foolish of me to think it was by chance that I was summoned. To summon a heroic spirit, one needs a symbol connected with that spirit. Since you are inexperienced as a magus and uneducated as a master, you needed a connection that would overcome all those deficiencies. That was my sheath, the lost sheath of Excalibur.
Well, that may be true. But why would it be in my body?
Kiritsugu probably put it in there. I mean, Kiritsugu used the sheath of Excalibur as the catalyst to summon me in the last war. The sheath is a noble phantasm that heals the possessor's wounds. He must have thought that it would be more useful for him to keep it. I have healing powers and I do not die easily. If the Master, who dies easily, has the sheath, they have a better chance of surviving the Holy Grail War.
Then, Father survived the war because he was like me?
Probably, and after the battle and after I disappeared, Kiritsugu wandered through the burned field and found a dying child. He had no healing powers, and even if he did, I assumed it was too late. So I believe there was only one way for him to save that child.
I unconsciously placed my hand on my chest. On that day, 10 years ago, I accepted death looking up at the sky. My whole body was burned. Maybe it really was burned to ashes. When Kiritsugu found a kid barely alive, he had to rely on what he had on hand. The sheath of the holy sword that protects the life of its possessor. He must have saved that dying life by implanting the sheath. Then, it really is?
Yes, it has been disassembled and lacks its original form, but your body certainly contains the sheath. It is the cause of your healing powers.
But I almost died once. I was pierced by Lancer at the school and... That's right. Someone saved me at that time. When I came to, there was no one there, and all I found was a rock. I took the rock home because I thought it was something important, but it's still at my house right... Is it still at my house right now?
That was before we made a contract, correct? The sheath is my noble phantasm. It does not exhibit its power as a noble phantasm until magic energy is channeled into it. You cannot obtain your immortality unless you make a contract with me. Well, I am sure it will protect the possessor's life if any magical energy is in it, but it will be weak. I am sure fusing with the sheath was the only way to save a dying person.
I see. I'm sorry, Saber. Your sheath was used for something like this.
Please do not say such a thing. You are my master, so it is only natural for you to use what is mine. And I was happy when I learned about it. Even though I could not save anybody, I had saved your life.
Her smile is so brilliant that I have to look away.
Shiro, does your wound hurt?
No, that's not it. Just don't worry about it. There's nothing wrong with you. I hide my blushing face and shut my mouth. There's no pain if I don't speak, but this is really awkward. I wonder how long we've been like this. Just as I start to calm down, Saber quietly says,
Kiritsugu was correct. He did not betray me.
She says so, as if regretting her past. Saber?
The Holy Grail was not what I sought. No, I did not need the Holy Grail to begin with. Kiritsugu must have known that.
Her murmur sounds more like a confession. Saber apologizes to a person she can't apologize to anymore. But she looks at me to part with the wish she held for so long. She doesn't say anything. My heart understands just by being beside her. Wow, new Saber outfit just dropped. Arturia sought the Holy Grail. A lonely king who needed to believe that ruin was avoidable with the Holy Grail. If. A girl who wished for what would happen if she could redo this election. Saber, that's...
I knew it. I knew I could not redo things. I knew it, but I still continued to deceive myself.
But this is the end. Her long battle will finally end. Allegedly.
Thank you, Shiro. I finally understand the path I need to take. Yes, the Holy Grail.
Oh, fuck.
Yes,
Sorry.
The Holy Grail and I are just dreams that must not exist.
She murmurs that she would still like to be forgiven. It was a mistaken wish, days that were not to be wished for, but the weakness was just a passing dream a girl saw. What should I feel listening to her? Saber's answer is beautiful. A decision full of dignity and purity, just like her. She's proud of her past and accepted the end that awaits her. And now, Saber's decided to follow her oath until the very end. She doesn't even need to tell me what that means. She will not hesitate any longer. And I find that beautiful. A dark night, from the moment I was captivated by her figure in the moonlight, I've loved her. So, regardless of what awaits ahead, there's only one thing to be done. Saber, let's destroy the Holy Grail. I say so, throwing aside my attachment and my selfishness.
Yes, I believe that you would come to that conclusion, Master.
Saber nods in response. I can't smile back at her. It takes all I have to suppress my heart, telling me I don't want this. But still, there will surely come a day when I can be proud of being trusted like this.
I scrolled too soon. Did you get everything?
Yeah. I get up. Now that I've decided, there's no time to rest. It's clear what must be done, and the enemy is clear as well. There's no time to stop. Today will end this long battle before tomorrow comes.
Did we think we were on the last day, bitch?
I think we are on the last day.
The the longest 24 hours of my life.
It's still daylight out.
Did we go during the daytime or the nighttime?
It
was first thing in the fucking morning.
No, we woke up at like 11, I think, but I think we still went.
Oh, right. We didn't, for once we didn't wake up at 5:30 in the goddamn morning.
With Saber helping me walk, I make it back home. The wound in my chest hasn't healed yet. According to Saber, I should stay still for at least a few more hours. I bite my lip. I hate my body, unable to move when it's clear what needs to be done.
Shiro, were you considering something rash just now?
No, I wasn't thinking about anything.
I will get angry if you push yourself too hard. We will go into battle as soon as your wound heals. This will be our last battle, so let us face it in our best condition.
Right, we have to prepare, not be impatient. Where Kodamine went, how we beat Gilgamesh. There are many things to think about. I have to rest for now, prepare myself for later tonight. At that instant, my mind stops. There's no sign of anyone. The air is different. There's also definitely blood on the floor.
Oh, God.
Amidst the smell of burning, I can also smell the strong scent of blood. I run. I ignore my wound and run like I'm running away from the bad feeling I have. I run through the hall, turn the corner, and enter the familiar room. There. The scene before me is anything but familiar.
Yo, what the fuck?
Totsuka. My voice shakes. I don't know what happened. All I know is that Tosca's looking at me, breathing weakly.
Oh, you're home at last. Jeez, I was about to go to sleep, you idiot.
I don't know what she intends. But she's talking to me normally, even though she has a wound that should make even talking difficult. Hey, don't talk, you idiot. Damn it, stop the bleeding. Saber, bring me towels, hot water in a bowl. Saber nods silently and runs to the bathroom. Bandages and styptic. No, they won't do. Doctor, I have to get a doctor and do something. I pull out the first aid kit, still in a panic.
No, I've treated my own wounds, so I don't need a doctor. There's something more important, though, right?
What? Tosca stares at me, breathing hard. Tosca? I don't know what she's on about. But I nod, thinking I have to listen to her for now. Are you really okay? This is...
It's fine, I can treat my own wounds. But I'm sorry. You went off trusting me, but I couldn't protect Ilya.
Huh? That finally calms me down. Tosca is injured. The living room's destroyed. And Ilya should be here, but isn't. Kodamine did this? She nods. I don't even need to ask since he's the only one left. But only Saber and I knew that Kodamine was our enemy. This must have been a complete surprise attack for Tosca. Because the 7th Master happened to be her teacher and guardian.
Don't apologize. Even you wouldn't be able to do anything if you were suddenly attacked. In spite of what you said, you trusted Kodamine. I'm starting to think these are flipped.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess I was conceited thinking I could do everything myself.
She coughs up blood. Crap, I can't let her talk. Let's talk later. Don't move for now. I'll treat your wounds and let you rest.
Yeah, please, but I have to tell you something first. Look, Shiro, this is my last piece of advice, so listen carefully.
I don't want to hear words like that. But I nod silently. She's looking at me seriously with that wound of hers. I don't know if anyone would be able to stop her.
First, Konamine's objective was Ilya. He must have known from the beginning that she was the vessel of the Holy Grail.
What? Ilya's the Holy Grail?
To be more accurate, her heart is. Magi are people with magic circuits, but Ilya is a human made from a magic circuit. I think she will become the vessel to summon the Holy Grail as soon as there is only one servant left.
Then Konamine took Ilya?
He took her, but as long as Saber's still alive, the path won't open. Konamine won't try to do anything to her.
I can only hope so. Lancer isn't an easy servant to beat either. He can't match Gilgamesh, but he might be able to at least run away. I can only hope so, but I can't tell Tosca about that right now. Alright, I'll go save Ilya, so you can depend on me.
I see. Then the second thing. I think Konamine's at Realta Temple. That's the best place to summon the Holy Grail. He'll be out of the church already, so he has to be hiding at that temple.
Okay, so Konamine is at Realta Temple, right? It must be hard for her to even move her neck now. But Tosca gives a slight nod.
And this is the last thing. You won't be able to beat Kirei. Are you still going to fight him?
The question. This question is not asked as a friend called Tosca Rin, but as a magus who understands the situation.
Oh, shit.
Gotta be confident, right? I mean, this is what we gotta go do.
Yeah, I guess we just gotta put on our big boy pants.
Yeah. Even so, Tosca. My answer is already decided. I have no chance of winning, and the situation is the worst possible. But still, I'm going to fight. I owe him for a lot. I can't back off no matter what. Konamine Kirei is an enemy Emiya Shiro has to defeat. I have to settle things with him. As the one who survived 10 years ago. As one of the orphans. And as the son of Emiya Kiritsugu.
I see. Then I'll give you this. It's just for self-defense, but it should be better than nothing.
Saying so, Tosca reaches behind her and takes out a dagger. Oh, that's not what I thought it was going to be. This is all too famous, a dagger. It's a dagger for rituals more than for battles. A magic wand shaped like a sword used to form magic circles and to effect physical divine mysteries. The word Azoth is carved in the jewel on the handle. The blade must be Tosca's preference, as it's shorter than usual. This weapon, favored by a famous occult scholar who pretty much dominated the world, is called the Azoth sword. It's like the proof of adulthood for a magus, and it's like a gift you get for getting into school. Tosca, this is...
You should be able to tell. It's my dagger. It's weak compared to my jewels, but I put magical energy in it from time to time. You can activate it by yelling, "Blast," and putting as much magical energy into it as you can.
Shiro's like yelling, what now?
Lahas.
The dagger she gives me is heavy. Not physically, but the weight of memories Tosca has in it. Tosca, is it really okay for me to take this?
It's fine. I realized I couldn't beat Kirei, so I hid this from him. I don't want it to go to waste, so go ahead and use it. Where on her body did she hide this dagger?
Up her sleeve. Alright, I'll take it. Honestly, any additional weapons will be helpful.
Oh, you're pretty smart. Then, is it okay now? I'm getting really sleepy already.
She laughs awkwardly. Before I realize it, Saber staying behind me, waiting to treat Tosca. Yeah, go ahead. I'll wake you up in the morning and I'll make you a huge breakfast.
I think I'll do that. Oh, and this isn't advice, it's an order. Shiro, if you're going to fight, you have to win. I won't forgive you if you're dead when I wake up.
She must be satisfied after saying all that. Tosca falls asleep right after that. She looks so healthy that I feel stupid for worrying about her. But, well, that was her way of cheering me on. She did share some of her courage with me. Yeah, leave it to me, Tosca. I tell the sleeping Tosca. The board is all set. Now I just have to pass the few hours until my wound heals without regrets.
Just gonna sleep in the living room with his dead body?
Just gonna hang out. I don't think she's
just gonna
dead.
Stretch out on the tatami mats?
Brush some of the blood away. Find a nice seat.
Oh, the blood sure soaks into these quick. Oh boy.
The date changes. We treated Tosca, took her to her room, made dinner, and ate it silently.
Oh, so she is alive.
She said she had already treated her wounds, right?
That's true.
A little longer. The wound is almost healed. There's only an hour or two left. In the remaining time, I
don't think this is as important, but...
Probably not, but yeah, choice. What the fuck is go and report to Kiritsugu?
We're gonna go talk to the shrine.
I guess. I feel like we should talk to Saber, because it's Saber rap.
Okay, do we spend time with Saber, or do we have a strategy meeting?
I mean... It's our last day with Saber. She goes away if we win.
Oh, we're gonna try to put it in her. Don't gotta tell me twice.
How should I spend the remaining hours? I thought about it, but this is where I ended up.
We're in the fucking dojo. This place does not change. I like the quiet of the living room, but this place suits me better.
Yeah, you like to sit Japanese style even though you're a knight, and the Shinai look pretty good on you as well. It might have been fun having a match with armors on.
Armor? You should have said so. I could have worn my armor and you could have put pads on. We really should have done that. If you had mentioned it earlier, I could have fought you more seriously. Didn't he specifically say that he wanted to fight in this outfit because he thought it was hot? Like,
I think it was like she was in this outfit and she was like, I can change. He was like, no, it's cool.
No, I would much rather have you whack me with sticks wearing this cute outfit. It's so feminine and cute.
Saber's so cute even when she's annoyed. She's cute, but her words are pretty scary. Are you serious about being serious? I wouldn't be able to get up for a week if we did that.
No, that is not true. You underestimate yourself. You've really improved these past few days. It might even be possible for you to take a match from me.
Really? Even if that's flattery, I'm really happy. I really respect Saber when it comes to swords. Being able to beat her even once is like being accepted by her. For real? So I could even win a match against you if chance favored me?
Yes, you have vastly improved. You can be proud of that, and I am really happy about it as well.
Saber replies with a full smile. That expression makes my determination vanish. After this, we won't be able to come back. If we can just run away instead of going to an unwinnable battle.
Shiro, why have you stopped? Does your wound hurt? If that is the case, please rest in your room and...
No, I'm fine now. Nothing hurts anymore. I cut off all hesitations.
I am now numb to the pain.
I can't run away, and I really don't want our final time together to be like this. Hey, Saber, since we're here, do you want to spar lightly? Not a match, but more like playing around. I hide my emotions and bluff as much as I can.
Alright, then I shall fight you using my style. You can fight me in your style as well. Are we gonna have a tickle fight right now?
She must have understood my intentions, and she gladly accepts my idea. We're gonna wrestle. Yeah, it's more like us to be fighting than talking. For a short while, we forget about everything and feel each other's shinai.
Wow, when that sentence started, I thought it was gonna go somewhere else. Jake, this was the worst option.
Well, we had a nice final talk. We got some practice in. We got points towards Saber, so maybe we actually get that true ending.
I guess.
Actually, do you want to look at that little point scale real quick? I'm curious. Like, I mean, it's not full, but it's not low.
Yeah, like, how are we supposed to crank this out? Did I not make the right choices early on?
I have no idea.
I probably just talked to Saber too much because I think she's hot.
No, I think Saber should be the highest.
Oh, I said I talked to Rin a lot because I think she's hot. Sorry.
Oh, that's fair.
Sorry, there's just so many women, I get them all confused.
Story of my life. The moon is distant. The clouds have cleared, the darkness has a dim blue glow. Daybreak is close. The long night's about to end. This is the final moment. Going through the night, Saber and I have reached our final destination.
Shiro, this is...
Saber sounds tense. I feel the same way. As I nod, I can feel sweat dripping down my neck. The mountain feels like one big living thing. Chills and pressure assail me every time I take a step. No, the air really is thick and wet. Don't laugh at thick and wet.
I didn't laugh at one gay bulk today.
I'm proud of you. This must be Saber, right?
Yeah. Nana is dense here. This is just like 10 years ago. I expect.
Summoning of the Holy Grail has begun, or it's already over. Either way, that must mean the Lancers fall into Gilgamesh. I'm going to make sure, Saber. After we reach the top, all that's left is to fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, so I'll take care of his master, Kotomine. We won't assist each other. We just have to beat one of our opponents.
Yes, I will concentrate on my own fight this time. And Kotomine is an enemy you must defeat.
Yeah, leave him to me. You too, Saber. Don't let that guy beat you.
Yes, I will swear on my pride that he will not defeat me. Not as a servant, but as a heroic spirit. I cannot allow him to beat me.
Saber says so strongly, without hesitation or distress. So there's nothing more to say. We will go to battle and determine the winner as the last remaining masters. Even if in the process, one of us dies, the other need only defeat their enemy. Even if I die, if Saber beats Gilgamesh, Kotomine won't be able to obtain the Holy Grail. At the same time, even if Saber dies, if I defeat Kotomine, Gilgamesh won't be able to stay in this world. So there's no need to help each other. Our battles have already gone their separate ways. Doesn't that just mean you should 2v1? Shouldn't you just both gank Kotomine then?
Did you say gank Kotomine?
I mean, yeah, like, given the situation, like, if killing either one of them solves the problem, fighting both of them is the worst option.
Right. Yeah. Ganking the weak human bitch Perfect, but perfect. This is
Saber should just fire off an Excalibur at Kotomine. What is he gonna do about it?
Yeah, Kotomine's an overextended Lux without flash, just waiting in mid lane, just juicy as can be, and all they gotta do is just.
Exactly. Maybe it's hard because Gilgamesh will just step in anyway.
Right.
Very.
He's
I
kind of
can accept that. Red light fills the mountaintop. The blowing wind is getting stronger, and it seems the source of it's that light coming from the back of the grounds. The red phosphorus scene scatters on the wind, and the grounds is too bright for nighttime. Stagnant air filled with the presence of death. This is like the fire back then. But it isn't like that. Within all this red light, something's about to emerge. From the back of the building, a black darkness oozing in the bright red. If this clearing is like a clear lake, that mud is like an oil spill. I guess Gilgamesh.
Because he loves her.
Yeah.
You're finally here. I've been waiting for you, Saber.
He's there, within all the rich colors. Ignoring the blood red and the death-stained black. The servant clad in gold is waiting for us. No, for Saber in the middle of this place. And the time's... Just quotes there.
You were fucking ready, dude. You were like, he's beautiful. I want to be him. And the time is about right. The Holy Grail has finally moved into action and the void is just
Fun
open.
fact, Gilgamesh's ass cape actually makes sense because it references the fact in ancient Mesopotamia, the length of one's skirt represented one's rank. With that floor-length cape, he's saying he's the king. Fate can get the minuscule tidbits right, but not the main strokes. Tilde equals 3C.
I love that the voice that auto reads this did the tilde equals colon 3C.
I didn't hear that because like...
Yeah, you can't hear the stream, but yeah, Gilgamesh's ass cape.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
I have baby Gil, and when he ascends in Fate Go, he gets an ass cape, and it's so funny. Now that I have this context, that makes sense.
I think that I like Fate's choices, though it doesn't try to be super historically accurate. Like, off the rip, I mean, it's like, King Arthur was actually a girl. And so you could just go from there as to, like, yeah, you know, it gets some broad strokes, right? Or, like, it's referential, but I wouldn't use it for a history lesson.
But you could.
I mean, I might use parts of it for a history lesson.
Yeah, like this part about the ass cape.
Yeah, exactly.
This curse is... Oh, let's start at the beginning. And the time is about right. The Holy Grail has finally moved into action and the void has just opened. This curse is the contents of the Holy Grail, the third element which keeps us servants in this world. This is what you splashed me with 10 years ago.
Gilgamesh is only looking at Saber. It goes the same for Saber. She takes a step forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her.
That is good spirit. That strong spirit, even though you know you cannot defeat me. It is indeed suitable to end this party, but I do not want any intrusions. You lowlife, disappear right now if you want to see Kotomine. He is waiting for you at the altar.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, they're not gonna try to gank you. You were stabbed like 2 hours ago.
It's helpful that the two people we're fighting were psychopaths.
You're like, hey, thanks for Rins.
Kotomine is waiting. But a glance at Saber. She nods while looking at Gilgamesh. Her figure tells me that she's wishing me her best. I turn around. The one I need to face isn't here. Behind me. As I run, I hear the battle start. At the back of the building, behind the main temple is a large lake. Untouched by humans, the lake is holy as if a dragon king lives in it.
Cool.
Yeah, rad metaphor. I'm gonna start saying things look beautiful as if a dragon king lives in them.
Yeah, like, wow, this house is so big, it's like a dragon king lives in it.
Like, oh damn, that sunset's so nice, as if a dragon king lives in it.
Oh my god, your baby is so cute. It's almost as if a dragon king lives in it.
Oh god, someone my age had a kid like 2 days ago. One of my friends.
Oh, I couldn't even
Scary
use the
stuff.
baby line. Your baby is so cute, like a dragon king.
The clear blue water is pure and the lake isn't even murky. But that's all in the past. The lake now has none of these characteristics. The red light is in front of my eyes. And a sea of black tar. And
Ooh.
the void created in the air and the girl presented as a sacrifice. Kodomine. My calm mind instantly goes over the limit.
Is this the part where I need to be Kirei again? It's just the two of us.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I can if you want, it's fine.
I'm okay either way. I just wanted to check.
I stop and glare at the enemy.
Do you want to talk to yourself for the next unknown amount of time?
So the thing is that I'm gonna fight Kirei, right, which is me talking to myself theoretically, but then Saber's gonna fight Gilgamesh, which is you talking to yourself.
Oh, right. Okay, so we'll have our own things. Got it. You do your...
That works, it's balanced.
Yeah.
Welcome, Miyashiro, the last surviving master. He smiles sarcastically and opens his arms to welcome me. This is the site of our battle. This is the altar of the summoning in this Holy Grail war. Let Ilya down. I'll beat you up after that. I glare at Kodomine. There's about 10 meters between us. The fight will begin if I move another step. Once the fight starts, I'll have to run straight at him and stab him in the chest. But before that, I have to do something about Ilya. Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to let Ilya down. What's so fun about torturing a kid? I understand your feelings, but I cannot do that. The Holy Grail has appeared, but the void is yet unstable. My wish will not come true unless she bears this until she dies. Until she dies? Then Ilya's still alive. I see. If you have no intention of letting her down, I'll just have to use force. I'll stop your wish. That black mud, right now. Oh, so this must appear to be my wish to you, as expected from the son of Kiritsugu. I did not expect 2 generations to make the same mistake.
Ooh.
What? There is no reason to explain things to someone who does not understand the Holy Grail. You may fulfill your role as the last master with that misunderstanding. I jump. There's about 10 meters between us. Keeping that distance, I jump sideways. This is the result of my instincts of not wanting to die. Surpassing my desire to kill him. I roll sideways onto the ground. I stop instantly and look up. That's... I look at the place I was running over. A sound of burning. The burning sound is coming from the black mud stretching out from the lake. It's like a black carpet. The mud slashed like a whip, attacking me as I went after Kotomine and left a mark on the ground. I forgot to tell you, but you are already within my range. And to add, this thing is sensitive to living beings.
This guy's so fucked.
I do not mind you moving, but you will die if you move carelessly. I jumped to avoid the black mud, mercilessly attacking me. Screw moving carelessly, he's ready to kill me. Damn, you fake priest. I stand up, still keeping watch over the lake. The distance to Kotomine hasn't changed. That means this 10 meters is as near as he wants me to get. But that tentacle of mud stretches that limit. It'll come after me if he wants it to, and I'm sure there are more than one. Oh, so you are ready to fight. That pleases me. I could not kill you if you were to run away, but there'll be no problem if you attack me. I serve God, so I cannot kill someone who is pleading for their life. The tentacle whips out. The quivering mud coming from the lake is like a black snake. I bite my lip. This is the worst situation as I thought. The number of snakes continues to increase without end. I don't know how long I can survive, let alone how I can get close to him. It is only natural for you to be unable to win. There is a large difference in the years we have lived. It's a difference you cannot overcome unless you have something major. The priest raises his hands. He glares at the heavens as if he's conducting an orchestra. Put your life on the line. You might be able to reach me if you do so. He releases the black snakes. Gah! I kick away the mucus around my ankle. My clothes are burnt away and my skin is exposed. Gah! Ah! I jump back from the striking tentacle. I can't feel my right ankle and I can't even tell if it's there, but I jump into the open field in front of me. I check my body as I roll. Ankle, alright, still there. I just can't feel it. If it's there, I should be able to run.
Sorry, I don't know why that was so funny.
I jump in a different direction again to avoid the striking mud. Soul comes just in time to hear me breathe heavily. I hear a splashing sound right next to me. The smell of the ground burning forces my dizzy head awake and... Fire runs up my back. I shake it off and jump to an empty space. That must have been the end of this attack. The black mud that was surrounding me has disappeared from view for now. I bite my lip. I ran so much, but in the end, I'm pushed back to here again. I breathe hard and look at him so as not to lose in spirit. Kotomine has not moved at all. He's just watched me run around. No matter how hard I breathe, my heart won't calm down. It's saying it's at its limits and it needs rest. It's about to go out on its own if I don't let it rest.
You can see the bit reaction too. I hit the button real fast.
1,000 biddies.
Yeah, 1,000 bits. She said, bitch, come to Vegas. Here's some money. She said, come to me. I want to see your face. God.
Ah. 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 I'm really perfecting my ability to painfully breathe.
Yeah, this entire route, dude.
It comes up a lot. Coral Wheeler teach. I can't do anything. I can't get near Kodamine nor go through that black mud. I'm not going to hold back on using the projection magic. If I can't move forward, I can reproduce Saber's sword again. It'll surely be able to slice through that black mud, and I can go straight for Kodamine. Is that all? Tell me if you've given up. The instant he speaks. Ha! Ah! Ha! Lots of mud comes splashing towards me, telling me I can't let myself stop. I am a Shiro punching bag. I raise myself and barely dodge the mud. The mud itself isn't too bad. It's slow compared to Saber's Shinai, and it only comes where it's aimed, so it's easy to dodge. But that's only true when there's only one of them. I can't deal with tens of mud attacks. The ones that come from behind me the instant I dodge them. As a result, I can only move around. Even then, mud covers me bit by bit. God damn! There's no time to rest. I can't reproduce a sword like this. Projection magic tracing a weapon from the beginning requires at least 1 minute of concentration. If I show such an opening, I'll be melted down to my bones. Ha! 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 Ah! The parts of my body covered with mud have lost sensation. The only good thing is I don't feel any pain, but I won't know if I'm dead or not when the mud covers my whole body. Oh, if you want to talk about phallic imagery in the Fate series, you should see the uncensored game. I'm finished when that happens, and most of all, I'll have melted away by then. Ha! 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 Ah! For now, all I can do is run. I feel like I could voice Link by now. If there's any chance of getting near him, it'll be when I do something about this mud.
I haven't played any of the Zelda games, but the fact that I can recognize that joke just from the larger memes of the internet.
Yeah, Link grunts are global.
Yeah.
Ow, damn. Oh. Fuck. I can't believe it. Who on earth would trip at a time like this?
Fucking loser.
Kodamine looks down at me like trash.
I don't know, I think I'd be kind of into it.
No, Kodamine bad. Water bottle, spray bottle. Wingless, clip that.
Is Wingless even in here?
No, I don't think so. He points his finger at me, and many snakes show their veins. I get up. I try to get up, but fall again. I fall. I fall. The snakes are coming. But I still fall. Seen out of ankles. Why? 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 Black mud comes from my neck. Why? Why? Oh, I see why. Fuck, my right ankle is unbelievably black. Ah. Black mud rains down. It spills onto my body like a rainstorm, melts it and drowns my despair. We haven't... Huh? We haven't made a choice in so long. What?
What was the last choice we made?
Was it when we told Rin that we were confident?
It has to have been.
Hit up the Tiger Dojo. I need a meme.
I have to sit up so I can have the energy for this conversation.
Can't believe we just died there.
Bro! No part of me thought that we were dying in this.
Yeah, we didn't make a choice. No, the last choice we made is like how we hang out with Saber, right?
Yeah!
What? What?
We were supposed to make a plan, Jake! This is all your fault! You wanted to get your dick wet! We were supposed to plan!
It was a nice time!
No!
We
literally just played around with some sticks and said, ha ha ha!
It was practice!
No! Why would we practice? You had to heal!
Oh.
Not having a weapon when it's needed? This is the place to help such people, the Tiger Dojo. Well, it is the prevailing view that the outcome of a battle is decided before it even starts. What does it mean, student? You have to be Ilya for this. You make us come.
Okay.
You fucking make us come here.
Alright, I know. Oh, I'm gonna chewing these cherries.
Oh, cherries sound delicious.
Yeah, I got like a dried cherries bag from my mom. So good.
Oh. Mom really hooked you up.
Fuck. I gotta mute for a second. Hold on.
I love that I can still see your mouth moving when you're muted because of the VTuber. That's funny. Are you ready for your debut? We've watched Prisma Ilya Season 1 to prepare for this moment.
Look, my voice just doesn't go that high.
Just do your best! Do it like your little boy voice.
Yeah, that's my plan. Angra doesn't actually show up in Phase Day Night. Angra doesn't show up till Hollow Ataraxia. Anyway. I guess you shouldn't start a fight until you have a weapon or a plan?
Yes, the enemy is the unfair servant that prepared the strongest force with his money. So you should at least prepare one weapon that lets you turn things around.
Then, Taiga, are you saying you should restart from the night before the fight and prepare a new weapon? What can you do in such a short time?
You can do this! Saber-chan originally had 3 noble phantasms. You should be able to do something if you prepare the last one.
I see. You just have to give it back to her, right?
Yep, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. I almost said Kaiser. It's something too valuable to lose, but you have to give back what you found.
Oh, you said something good by your standards. I guess you're a school teacher, even if you're a bad one at that.
Yo, what the fuck? Did I skip something?
What?
I thought did I? Oh, okay. Ha ha ha! Praise me! Praise me!
Yeah. Then while Taiga's in a good mood, we'll make a major announcement. This corner is continued modestly as a side to the main story, but this is the final episode. We'll use a different outlook and start Tiger Dojo Part 2, Taiga 100 million yen debt! We're going to move the setting to my castle and update our standing picks, music, and even hardware. Production budgets will double. It'll be so rich that you won't even think this is a bonus corner.
So many wonderful things! I don't quite understand, but it is like getting a totally new graphic designer?
That's right, Master. We'll be freed from this rough art. Us!
Marvelous! In that case, let us get away from this dojo right away! Listen, everyone, the key to the second route is on the 3rd day. Once you see an ending, there should be a choice that wasn't there before on the 3rd night. Wait, what the fuck?
Telling you how to get into Unlimited Bladeworks? That's funny.
Then hit! Use whatever you can include your command. Oh, use whatever you can, including your command spell, to stop the raging lion.
That's right. Then, everyone, I'll be waiting for you in the renewed Tiger Dojo.
Have a strategy meeting.
Yeah. There's only one thing to do. You've always done so. So I should follow that until the very end. It's not romantic or elegant, but it would be more like us if we meet and come up with a plan.
It's not romantic or elegant.
Which is a shame.
Shiro, coming up with a plan is fine, but is this the right place for it?
No, I have to be here. Let's go in. It's not like I don't have any ideas.
Okay, if you say so, I will obey.
Saber reluctantly goes into the shed. Well, I have my reasons for bringing Saber to the shed. We don't have any way to match Gilgamesh right now. It goes without saying that we need a plus alpha factor. Okay, we have another choice to make.
This did tell us to look to do a weapon, to get a weapon.
We needed a weapon, but we have to. Well, it also said we have to give it back to Saber, right? Didn't it? It mentioned giving it back to Saber, right? I'm pretty confident it says something about giving it. We have to give it back to Saber.
Did I save this already?
I don't think so.
No.
Oh, Hollow Ataraxia. That makes a lot more sense, Nox. Hollow Ataraxia has a lot of just like goofy fun facts. When I was playing through Hollow Ataraxia, like it's like it's like Groundhog Day, and you just sit there and you basically like, oh, let's go fishing with Lancer today, and he'll tell me about his life a little bit.
Because if we give her back the sheath, it'll be Caliban, right? Not Caliban, Caliburn.
Caliban's an X-Man. Well, the sheath is the sheath. I'm pretty sure we have to give her back the sheath. Let's return the sheath to its rightful owner. It's my fault. I don't know if I'll succeed until I try. But Saber put her hand in my body to check for the sheath's existence. Then it shouldn't be impossible to take it out.
What? Are you serious, Shiro?
I'm serious. It's yours to begin with, right? It's totally natural to give it back to you, and you might be able to beat him if you have it.
My magical energy will certainly increase if I have my sheath back, but I still cannot guarantee that I will be able to beat Gilgamesh. And if you take out the sheath, what will you do?
If you take the sheath out... Oh, that's still you. Never mind.
If you take the sheath out, you...
I won't heal, even if I get hurt. But that's normal. That's how everybody else is.
I'll be a fucking peasant.
I've relied too much on this body of mine without even knowing it. People die when they're killed. He said the line.
Bro.
I can't be protected from such a normal thing now. In context, the line's not that bad. It's just goofy out of context. Take the sheath, Saber. We need to do this to win. So Ilia's Castle is the best side game. Undisputed. She fights you with Berserkar. Biting her lip painfully, Saber doesn't answer. I don't know how long that lasted. Just as the clouds disappear and moonlight starts to shine through the window.
All right, master. I shall borrow your heart.
Saber nods at my words.
People die when they are killed.
Then I shall begin. Oh, fuck. Fuck!
Then I shall begin. Are you ready, Shiro?
Yeah, go right ahead. Saber agrees. Saber placed her hand on my chest and plunges into my body.
Nothing unusual here today.
It's the second time this happened. My job is easy. Taking out the sheath is similar to the steps in the projection magic. The sheath of the holy sword is melted into my body. I just need to gather it into one place and form it like it was before. Of course, that's just the image. I said I'll return to its original form, but it's only the magical energy that'll be shaped like that. Saber's the one who gives it shape. The cluster of magical energy will take shape in Saber's, the possessor's, hand. I'm just helping her. As if making something from nothing. I take the scattered pieces of the sheath and carefully reproduce it without flaw. My body's burning. Projection is way beyond my level. The magic surely kills my body every time I use it. It destroys my nerves, burns my skin, crushes my brain, and makes me a vegetable. But it's the only weapon I have, and this is the only way to help Saber. I imagine her figure as I saw it in my dreams. The golden sheath suited to the king who ran through many battles. I take what protected the king and led her to numerous victories and reproduce it vividly without any mistake. So that no matter what happens, I engrave it into my mind so that I will not forget it, no matter what kind of end awaits us. I hear Saber's voice. Something that was binding my body for a long time escapes my body.
Amazing. This is excellent, Shiro. No one else would be able to reproduce it so perfectly.
It must be perfect. The Saber seems surprisingly happy. This must have been the right choice, right?
Yeah.
My body's burning and I fall onto my butt.
Honestly, no idea at this point. Shiro, you are sweating a lot. I will bring something to wipe it right away.
I'm gonna read for 2 hours, that's gonna kill us. Saber runs to the house. Listening to her footsteps, I let out a sigh. I felt it was perfect too. It was so perfectly done. I believe no future projection will be as perfect as that. Bye. Thanks for everything. I bid farewell to that which was part of me until now. The golden sheath that protected her. I'll never forget it. Even if it leaves my body, its figure has been engraved into my heart.
Surely this was the right choice.
It must be. The moon is distant. The clouds have cleared and the darkness has a dim blue glow. Daybreak is close. The long night is about to end. It's the final moment. Going through the night, Saber and I have reached our final destination.
Shiro, this is...
Saber sounds tense. I feel the same way. As I nod, I can feel sweat dripping down my neck. The mountain feels like one big living thing. Chills and pressure assail me every time I take a step.
This is different dialogue, right?
No, the air is really thick and wet. No, it's the same.
Does this mean we made the right choice and the wrong choice?
I think it's still the right choice.
Mana is dense here. This is just like 10 years ago, I expect.
Summoning the Holy Grail has begun, or it's already over. Either way, that must mean that Lancer's fallen to Gilgamesh. I'm going to make sure, Saber. After we reach the top, all that's left is a fight. You take care of Gilgamesh, I'll take care of his master, Kotomine. We won't assist each other. We just have to beat one of our opponents.
Yes, I will concentrate on my own fight this time. And Kotomine is an enemy you must defeat.
Yeah, leave him to me. You too, Saber. Don't look like I beat you.
Yes, I will swear in my pride that he will not defeat me. Not as a servant, but as a heroic spirit. I cannot allow him to beat me. Jake, I'm nervous!
That's fine. I think I'm pretty confident about this one. Saber says so strongly without hesitation or distress. So there's nothing more to say. We will go to battle and determine the winner as the last remaining masters.
I have another sidebar about ganking.
Even if in the process, if one of us dies, the other need only defeat their enemy. I'm gonna have you breathe a lot less. Even if I die, if Saber beats Gilgamesh, Kotomine won't be able to obtain the Holy Grail. At the same time, even if Saber dies, if I defeat Kotomine, Gilgamesh won't be able to stay in this world. So there's no need to help each other. Our battles have already gone their separate ways. We go up the stone stairs. The air gets denser the closer we get to the mountain gate. Sweat drips down my neck. Ominous premonitions prick at my skin. Our strongest opponents await at the end of these stairs. But I really don't care about that. We go up the stairs. The mountain gate's approaching. This is the end. No matter who wins this battle, Saber will disappear. The long and short days of battle will end and Saber will vanish from the world. She's going to return to her proper time. I can't say I have no regrets. Losing Saber. Losing the one I promised to protect, the one whose happiness I wished for. I don't know yet how hard it'll be. We're still walking together and I can feel her presence. I'm not yet ready to lose her. So this is all new dialogue.
Yeah, I'm feeling much better. Oh, did I skip a thing?
No. Even if I knew many days ago. Even if I knew from the moment we met that there would be a parting at the end. Thinking back, there were so many memories. Nights when we walked together and times we fought together. I selfishly tried hard in the beginning, thinking I couldn't let a girl fight. She trained me hard in the dojo. I slept in the shed because I was unable to sleep with a girl in the next room. We had lunch together. Saber liked the bath, was satisfied when the food was good, liked the clothes Tosuka prepared for her, and talked to Fujine. She pushed herself, took all the burdens on her shoulders, and finally collapsed. We shared our hearts in the ruin. I've been crazy since then. I couldn't think of anything but Saber, and after my reasons for fighting changed, I realized that I love Saber. How can I lose someone like this? Saber doesn't say anything. I can't say anything either. When these stairs end, if we reach the top, there'll be nothing for us to talk about. Losing Saber and parting with her will happen in the future. But this moment is the only time allotted to us for farewells. We go up the stairs. If I don't want to say goodbye, I can just talk to her about meaningless things. Like going to town again after we get home. Or what she wants for breakfast tomorrow morning. Such meaningless things. But I can't even talk about such things. If I talk, that'll be our final conversation. Clear end. Neither of us can offer a clear farewell. And so, we reach the mountain gate. This is the final choice. If we go on, it'll end. But if we go back, I might be able to find a way to avoid losing her. Saber. I stop and turn back to Saber. Saber is the same always. A tense stare with a composed expression. The moment I see it, all kinds of temptation attack me. Like, let's run away. Like, if I don't want to lose her, I can go back. She would accompany me if I wished. My determination wavers. That temptation rises in my throat, but I stop it. Let's go. This will be our last battle. I declare that as a master, just as I always have. Saber nods silently. Her eyes are strong-willed as always. So, I won't have any regrets. As she believes in me, I too will believe that my choice is correct. We start for the mountain gate. We head into the battle with no return. I couldn't say anything, and I couldn't tell her what I really wanted to tell her. But I want to believe that this silence was able to tell her my feelings. The long stairs we climbed together. This is our final memory of our time together. Red light fills the mountaintop. The blowing wind is getting stronger, and it seems the source of that light coming from the back of the grounds. Stagnant air filled with the presence of death. This is like the fire back then. But it isn't like that. Within all this red light, something's about to emerge. From the back of the building, a black darkness oozing in the bright red. If this clearing is like a clear lake, that mud is like an oil spill. Mud that spreads, taints the ground, does not kill anything it swallows. It's like a visible curse. I'm a magus too. I can sense that the thing only reacts to the human mind, only swallows human bodies.
You are finally here. I've been waiting for you, Saber.
He's there, within all the rich colors. Ignoring the blood red and the death-stained black. The servant clad in gold is waiting for us. No, for Saber in the middle of this place.
And the time is about right. The Holy Grail has finally moved into action and the void is just opened. This curse is the contents of the Holy Grail, the third element which keeps us servants in this world. This is what you splashed me with 10 years ago.
Gilgamesh is only looking at Saber. It goes the same for Saber. She takes a step forward and points her sword at the knight in front of her.
Gilgamesh, what do you intend? What do you wish for with that curse? That thing falsely presented as the Holy Grail? I have told you that I have no wish. I do not care how Kotomine will use the Holy Grail. For now, my only concern is you.
As if in answer to Saber, the Golden Knight raises his hand. At the same time, the air behind him sways like a haze. The king's treasure, hundreds of noble phantasms, are loaded like bullets.
Yes, the time has finally come. I have been looking forward to this all this time, Saber. How to pin you down and make you swallow that. The way you will be unable to stop yourself from going crazy, disgracing yourself, and begging at my feet. Well said. Then you shall have no objections to yourself meeting that exact fate.
Another step. Saber steps into range of the many noble phantasms. This isn't a battle I can do anything about. The battle between Saber and Gilgamesh is something no human can interfere with.
This is what I expect of you, Saber. That strong spirit, even though you know you cannot defeat me. It is indeed suitable to end this party, but I do not want any intrusions. You mongrel, disappear right now if you want to see Kotomine. He is waiting for you at the altar.
Kotomine is waiting. I glance at Saber. He nods while looking at Gilgamesh. Her figure tells me that she's wishing me her best. I turn around. The one I need to face isn't here. Behind me. As I run, I hear the battle start. At the back of the building.
Are you ready to fight Tentacle Mud again?
Yeah. Behind the main temple is a large lake.
Dragons!
Untouched by humans, the lake is holy, as if a dragon king lives in it. The clear blue water is pure and the lake isn't even murky. But that's all in the past. The lake now has none of these characteristics. The red lights in front of my eyes. And the sea of black tar. And... wow, much more dramatic when we do the right route.
Yeah. Oh, we got the music. We're in the right place.
The void creating in the air, and the girl presented as a sacrifice. Kodomine. My calm mind instantly goes over the limit. I stop and glare at my enemy. Welcome, Emiyashiro, the last surviving master. He smiles sarcastically and opens his arms to welcome me. This is the site of our battle. This is the altar of the summoning in this Holy Grail war. Let Ilya down. I'll beat you up after that. There's about 10 meters between us. The fight will begin if I move another step. I don't know what kind of magus Kodomine is, but I assume he'll use some kind of projectile weapon like Tosaka. In comparison, I can only punch him. Even though I have the dagger Tosaka gave me, it's useless unless I get near him. Once the fight starts, I'll have to run straight at him and stab his chest.
Great plan, bro!
I have to do something about Ilya. Hey, didn't you hear me? I told you to let Ilya down. What's so fun about torturing a kid? I understand your feelings, but I cannot do that. The Holy Grail has appeared, but the void is yet unstable. My wish will not come true unless she bears this until she dies. Until she dies? Then Ilya's still alive. I see. If you have no intention of letting her down, I'll just have to use force. I'll stop your wish, that black mud, right now. Oh, so this does appear to be my wish to you, as expected from the son of Kiritsugu. I did not expect 2 generations to make the same mistake. What? This mud is not of my making. This is the power leaking out of the Holy Grail, the colorless power that should have been omnipotent. No human power is able to stain it black. This Holy Grail has been like this from the beginning. Once opened, it will flow out without end and cause a disaster. This is the true identity of the Holy Grail. This thing is filled with every evil, something that curses everything in this world. No one can control such a thing. What is he saying? If that's true, then he became a master not for a wish, but just to open this up? Kodomine, what's your wish? I clench my teeth and glare at the Black Priest. The man smiles. Well, let's see. If anything, it's for entertainment. He makes a simple claim as if it's only natural. What? Do you not understand? Music, for example. Why do people find music fun, Emiyashiro? Well... How about a book? Why do you think stories attract people? Why? I've never thought about it. Yes, you do not even need to think about it. Every entertainment exists to pleasure people. It is amusing because it was made by people. All creation comes from within people. In short, the most entertaining things in the world are humans themselves. Bare humans are the best entertainment in the world. Compared to that, entertainment created by people is just secondary. Yes, music, stories, like, dislike, pity, belief, betrayal, morals, corruption, illusion, truth. It is all just trash to be discarded. Such things are mere second-rate, trashy entertainment. What I like to enjoy are people themselves. Such pointless things are not my taste. Fucking say bare humans.
I wasn't gonna interrupt, I'm sorry.
For that, we need to discard excess things such as their lives. You heard of flashbacks, right? It's like that. People have value only at the moment of their deaths. Using their lifetime to gain momentum, they jump high to dazzle. That flicker is my wish. That is the answer to your question. As you feed on peacefulness, I live by feeding on this planet's light. The priest offering a speech with his hands apart is abnormal. I feel a chill, but not at his speech. But at the priest himself, because he looks like a holy being while he says he wants to enjoy humans. So, you... Yes, the fire 10 years ago wasn't too bad. It was on a small scale, but it was filled with unusual excitement. These are the only things I wish for. Such a hell contains an explosion of souls, the best flicker a man can give. You must have experienced that as well, Miyashiro. See, people dying in regret must have touched your heart, did it not? Don't talk shit. Get hit. That time, that hell can't be contained with just that one sentence. Do you understand now? It is in a distorted fashion, but no one loves humans as much as I. Therefore, no one is more appropriate than myself to receive the Holy Grail. The priest laughs in satisfaction. As if he thinks that event where people died in vain is wonderful from the bottom of his heart. Oh, I see. I concentrate on my feet. I put my power in my legs, about to jump forward. So, I can kill you. I jump forward with all my might. It's about 10 meters to him. I'll go in straight at him and... I jump sideways. This is the result of my instincts of not wanting to die. Now we're getting back to the fight. Surpassing my desire to kill him.
He had to do the evil guy talking moment.
Yeah, really extended it for the real run. I roll sideways onto the ground and look up. I look at the place I was running over. A sound of burning. The burning sound is coming from the black mud stretching out from the lake. It's like a black carpet. The mud slashed like a whip, attacking me as I went after Kotomine and left a mark on the ground. I forgot to tell you, but you're already within my range. And to add, this thing is sensitive to living beings. I do not mind you moving, but you will die if you move carelessly. I jump to avoid the black mud, mercilessly attacking me.
Shrew dumping with all 127 pounds.
He's a teenager.
Yeah, 127 feels pretty right for a teenage boy. I'm just gonna tackle this grown-ass man. It'll be fine.
He's got a knife. Screw moving carelessly. He's ready to kill me. Damn, you fake priest. I stand up, still keeping watch over the lake. The distance to Kotamine hasn't changed. That means this 10 meters is as near as he wants me to get. But that tentacle of mud stretches that limit. It will come after me if he wants it to, and I'm sure there are more than one. Oh, so you are ready to fight? That pleases me. I could not kill you if you were to run away, but there'll be no problem if you attack me. I serve God, so I cannot kill someone who is pleading for their life. Don't lie. You can't say that after attacking someone from behind. You must have remembered what happened with Lancer. Kotamine laughs as if in admiration. Oh yes, I hated you for that. There's no need to put this off any longer. To be honest, I had hopes for you, Emiyashiro. I felt some sort of fate when Rin came to the church with you. You cannot know how happy I was when I found out that you were Kiritsugu's son, that you were like him on the inside as well. The wish that did not come true 10 years ago. I never expected I would be able to get my revenge on Emiya Kiritsugu. The tentacle whips out. The quivering mud coming from the lake is like a black snake. I bite my lip. This is the worst situation, as I thought. Oh, hiccups. The number of snakes continue to increase without end. I don't know how long I can survive, let alone how I can get close to him. It is only natural for you to be unable to win. There's a large difference in the years we have lived. There's a difference you cannot overcome unless you have something major. The priest raises his hands. He glares at the heavens as if he's conducting an orchestra. Put your life on the line. You might be able to reach me if you do so. He releases the black snakes.
I was for sure the dead end was gonna show up in the corner.
Sparks fly off. The Golden Knight retreats from the blows, which are full of the utmost spirit. She must have seen it as an opening.
Imagine being a grown-ass man just shit-talking a teenager.
You stupid baby. You're so weak compared to me, a man with a career.
I'm an adult.
Saber dodges the swinging sword and moves deeper into the enemy's range.
Yeah!
If the yell of a rip.
Laughing to do that one.
If the yell is a rip, the sword's like a comet. It overwhelms the opponent and he hesitates, but she keeps attacking. The sword keeps moving. It has destroyed rocks and pierced through walls, but... every blow is blocked by weapons appearing from behind him.
Gilgamesh?
I think?
Saber?
I don't know. You know, I think you just pick one, it's fine.
You persistent.
Escaping danger, the Golden Knight. Gilgamesh has another sword in his hand.
One moment, my roommate is home. I heard you saying more than nerve when you slept.
God damn it.
You didn't get to scare me today. Second date, married. No spooks today, bitches!
It's easy to repel that weapon. But she cannot block it straight on. All of the enemy's weapons have unknown abilities. It'd be suicidal to block without knowing its ability. Saber jumps back out of range and catches her breath. Gilgamesh raises himself unhurriedly.
You do not give up, woman. Can you not tell it is futile?
Gilgamesh shows no fatigue. For him, this battle is just entertainment. There must be no fatigue or strain when he knows he's going to win. But Saber is different. For her, this moment is her only chance of victory. Before her enemy becomes serious, she has to defeat Gilgamesh before he takes out Ea, or she'll be the one defeated. That is why she's continued to attack without a thought for saving her energy. She has cornered the enemy like this more than a few times. But still, she could never get past his wall of noble phantasms.
Are you still going to continue? It is good to be loyal to your master, but there should be a limit. That mongrel would have been killed by Kodamine by now. There should be no reason for you to fight. My master is still very much alive. Shiro will not be defeated by that master. It can only be a matter of time. You do not know the Holy Grail. Even I have trouble against it. That kid will not even last a minute. You cannot beat me, and that kid cannot beat Kodamine. You have mistaken your roles. If you had gone after the Holy Grail, this battle would have been yours. Hey, he had the gank idea too! Why'd you guys didn't gank the Grail?
I should have been the Sumerian leader of Babylon. The Golden Knight's eyes are not laughing. He's serious. But that is wrong. For Saber, such a choice would be a mistake.
Nonsense. This is the correct decision. I will not lose to you, and Shiro will not lose to a corpse such as that. You have fallen low to hope for a result that is yet to happen. Oh? It seems you still have energy to talk impudently.
Space distorts. The number of noble phantasms behind Gilgamesh increases. It's coming. Oh fuck! Why am I?
It did really. You know, it's the singular quotations. It was a little misleading.
Oh, true. True. She grips her holy sword once again. Actually, there is a way. There's only one, but there's a way to defeat that Golden Knight.
For that.
He will not succeed unless several conditions are met. Even if she defeats Ea, he'll be able to defend against her attack if he has energy left, and the method to defeat Ea will remain unknown until she takes a direct hit from it once more.
Take a hit from Ea? Ea? No way. Even with the sheath, I would not be able to get up after being hit.
But there is no other way to win. It is a matter of how to grasp that slight chance. Usually she selects the best choice by instinct and follows that view. But right now, she can't even feel it with her instincts. Probably because the probability of victory is so low and the chance of a comeback is pretty much zero. But still, she must fight. For Shiro, who abandoned his protection to give her back her sheath. Nox, I do have an answer for that actually. Before the like Fate Zero introduction of Gilgamesh, firing them off like projectiles, he was mostly grabbing them out of the portals and like swinging or throwing them. She cannot be defeated here by him.
I see. It seems you will not be convinced without a complete loss.
More weapons appear. They move without Gilgamesh touching them, and they aim at Saber. The weapons, whose handles were only visible before, all show blades now and await their master's order. This is the knight's way of fighting. From the beginning, Gilgamesh has never been a swordsman. These noble phantasms are produced in the air and become bullets at their master's command. That is why he is called Archer. This servant is an archer with the strongest arrows. See, this is him like switching to the actual projectile format of things.
Do your best to avoid them. If you do well, you shall only be stabbed in the limbs.
With one command, the Godspeed Rain of Swords begins. Each one has fatal power.
I just realized my roommate's doing laundry at midnight. We live in an apartment.
Oh. She eludes every one of them like a falling leaf. A sword from the front. A spear from the left. A polearm from below and above. A three-edged sword arcing and attacking from behind. A swing from a hammer bigger than she is. She blocks, repels, dodges, and twists her body away from the last attack. At least it's a Friday. Breathing hard, Saber recovers the stance she was driven out of. In that instant, she sees them behind her enemy. Behind Gilgamesh, the noble phantasms are already produced. 47 of them. Quick math. She jumps full force. Many noble phantasms stab into the ground as not to let her escape. In the reign of noble phantasm, she's hit time after time. Her armor is destroyed, her gauntlets pierced, and even the pieces covering her feet are pierced. Saber manages to avoid a fatal wound even in this danger, but then sees the worst thing possible. On the other side of the reign of noble phantasms, as if to finish off a fleeing enemy, Gilgamesh is pulling out his favorite sword. She stops her jump. She lands right away and pours magical energy into her holy sword. But will it be in time? Wind roars, the blade of light is revealed, and she raises her sword without waiting for the wind to fully unseal.
Oh.
Sorry, neighbors.
X!
She does not even bother with the reign of noble phantasms and swings her holy sword with all the speed possible.
Fuck, I gotta do both? Enuma Elish!
But it is too late. Pounding through his own noble phantasms, Gilgamesh swings his sword. Cut us back to Shiro now. Yeah. God.
Dead end.
Imagine. I kick away the mucus around my ankle. My clothes are burnt away and my skin is exposed. God. Ugh. I jump back from the striking tentacle. I can't feel my right ankle and I can't even tell if it's there, but I jump into the open field in front of me. Ah. 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 I check my body as I roll. Ankle? Alright, still there. I just can't feel it. It's there, I should be able to run.
I love how much of this is what we've seen before when we died, but just in different scenarios.
Ah, 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 ah. I jump in a different direction again to avoid the striking mud. I hear a splashing sound right next to me. There's no way they give us a dead end, but with slightly more detail than the last dead end.
That would be fucking psychotic.
The The smell of the ground burning forces my dizzy head awake, and fire runs up my back. I shake it off and jump to an empty space. That must have been the end of this attack. The black mud that was surrounding me has disappeared from view for now. I bite my lip. I ran so much, but in the end, I pushed back to here again. I breathe hard and look at him so as not to lose in spirit. Just read about where we died last time. Kotomine has not moved at all. He's just watched me run around.
Whose fault was that?
Oh my god. Sorry, I didn't have the hint box before I went. No matter how hard I breathe, my heart won't calm down. It's saying it's at its limits, it needs rest. It's about to go out on its own if I don't let it rest. I can't do anything. I can't get near Kotomine nor get through that black mud. I'm not going to hold back on using the projection magic. If I can't move forward, I can reproduce Saber's sword again. It'll surely be able to slice through that black mud, and I can go straight for Kotomine. Is that all? Tell me if you've given up. The instant he speaks. Lots of mud comes splashing towards me, telling me I can't let myself stop. I raise myself and barely dodge the mud. The mud itself isn't too bad. It's slow compared to Saber's Shinai. It only comes where it's aimed, so it's easy to dodge. But that's only true when there's only one of them. I can't deal with tens of mud attacks, the ones that come from behind me the instant I dodge them. As a result, I can only move around. Even then, mud covers me, bit by bit. God damn. There's no time to rest. I can't reproduce a sword like this. Projection magic, tracing a weapon from the beginning requires at least 1 minute of concentration. If I show such an opening, I'll be melted down to my bones. The parts of my body covered with mud have lost sensation. The only good thing is I don't feel any pain, but I won't know if I'm dead or not when that mud covers my whole body. I'm finished when that happens, and most of all, I'll have melted away by then. All I can do is run.
I'm sorry, can you run that by me one more time?
No, it's good. My throat hurts from doing this. I know it's only a matter of time even if I do, but I have to keep running for now. I won't have any luck getting near Kotomine while I'm dodging this mud. I can't get close now. Waiting behind Kotomine is a pool of mud. If there's any chance of getting near him, it'll be when I do something about this mud.
See the word mud again?
Dude. Ow! Damn! Oh! We're trip.
We double it, boys!
Let me make a VTuber roll over real quick.
Wait, hold on, I can do it. Wait. You really can't... I just have to move you in a circle. I can't rotate. Apparently I can't turn you upside down. Are you breaking your own neck? I'll just rotate you around. Woo! Woo! Okay. You're back in your home.
I can't believe it. Who on earth would trip at a time like this? Kodamania looks down at me like trash. He points his finger at me, and many snakes show their veins. The lines that we made jokes of the first time come around.
The Dragon King one's still the best.
Yeah. I get up. I try to get up, but fall again. I fall. I fall. The snakes are coming. But I still fall. Why? 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 Black mud comes from my neck. Why? Oh, I see why. My right ankle is unbelievably black. Back to the other group.
No, not dead.
No? Yeah. So that is it. I hoped I'd be able to have a little fun, but you are Kiritsugu's son after all. You people are useless. What? I raise my head. I'm still conscious. My wrists and neck are held by mud like chains, but I still retain my senses. Why don't you finish me off? There. I will soon enough, but just doing that would not be all that fun. You are Kiritsugu's fake, so the debt Kiritsugu owes me from 10 years ago shall be returned with your death. The skin with mud on it's burning. It feels like acid slowly seeping through the pores of my skin. I grit my teeth, bare it, and check on my right ankle. It's totally black. I can't feel it, nor can I move it at all. I'll have to take the mud out of my body, or put magical energy into it to move the clotted blood in there. Either way, the moment I move it, all the muscle in my right ankle will be destroyed.
Fuck.
I see. I don't care about that, but why do you hate Kiritsugu so much? Was it so annoying to you that Kiritsugu destroyed the Holy Grail? It is just hatred for a similar person. Kiritsugu and I were alike, so everything he did got on my nerves. It is the same as the way you feel hatred toward me. What? Shut up. Don't you dare say that Kiritsugu's like you. I see. It must be so for you. After all, he was a good enough person to let me go. He defeated me, the cause of that disaster, but he did not take my life. You should know that was a mistake. If he had killed me, those orphans would have been able to lead a peaceful life. You should not be able to retort, but it was unpleasant for me as well. The fact that such a cold-hearted magus left me alive. It was unpleasant. That again. Saber said it too, that Kiritsugu was a great magus, that he would do anything to accomplish his goals. But that's... one more.
Oh.
But that was not his mistake. The mistake he made is that he thought this war had ended with the destruction of the Holy Grail.
Hold on. Minerva, do you have something important to say? Thank you.
That is why he did not tell you anything, optimistically thinking the Holy Grail War was over, and died stained in this curse. He was certainly a fool. He let the one who cursed him go, and as a result died within a few years. Believing that he had accomplished his goal and that the Holy Grail War had ended. Hold on. Then what? Kiritsugu died because of this guy? And that peaceful face he had on the night of his death was... Oh, let me ask you one last question. What was Kiritsugu's last moment like? Did he give something to you as his son and pass away with satisfaction? Ha! How foolish can he be?
Berserker's alive. It's Minerva.
He accomplished nothing and pushed the responsibility onto you. His passing must have been ridiculous. You! I kick off the ground.
Yeah, waxes old man.
I drove magical energy in my right foot and moved it by force. Gah! I ignore my tearing muscles and run to him on all fours like a beast. Yes, I would expect at least that much spirit. Kodamine raised his hand towards the waterfall behind him. What is he thinking? That is a curse so strong that it's visible. You could call it magical energy, specialized for destroying people. There's nothing you can do with it, as it cannot be reshaped or anything. Anybody that touches that mud will be stained with a strong curse and will be melted as if digested. In the process, the pain and fear before death remain as magical energy and become the next curse to seek out living people. So you die if you touch it. Anyone who touches it will die unless they can get the mud out of their body. The priest stuck his hand in that waterfall of mud, but he doesn't stop smiling. This is your reward. Die in the same manner as Kiritsugu. In his hand is a black darkness. I sense him as something completely different, and the world's attacked by a sudden flash of light.
Excalibur.
The moment I realize that the light is from Saber's noble phantasm. Angra mine you. The priest's words instantly turn the world black. Her vision, blinded by the light, is filled with darkness. If she were conscious, she would have known it was the ultimate black light. The darkness was only for an instant. But it's not darkness, but a swarm of grain-sized curses. The darkness swept her body away, and she regained consciousness from the unpleasant sensation.
Oh.
She gasps. The first thing she feels after consciousness returns is pain. Skin that was protected by armor is burned, her body's pierced and slashed, and she's in a miserable state.
I see.
Lost to Ea. She was cornered by Gilgamesh's noble phantasms, could not block them, and took a hit from Ea as well. She managed to offset it a bit with Excalibur, but her body's wounded too badly. The wound is healing without magical energy, but even the protection of the sheath will not return her to normal instantly. There.
This is it, Saber. Do not tell me you refuse to admit your defeat in that state. Oops.
Gilgamesh approaches without a scratch. Still on the ground, Saber looks up at her enemy. She cannot do anything right now. The man can do whatever he wants with her.
Gilgamesh, that light was...
In spite of that, this is what she worries about. That flash of light. That black darkness from the back of the compound that covered the earth for an instant. She does not want to think about it, but that darkness might have been aimed at Shira.
That light, you should be able to tell. It is a great curse. Kodamine must have summoned it straight from the Holy Grail. I hear that Holy Grail holds something that could curse everything in this world. The pollution you've seen up to now is just the remains of what came out of the Holy Grail. The primary curse has been summoned. Your master should no longer be alive. That cannot be.
She concentrates all her power. She knows her body will not move. But she can't abide just lying on the ground.
No, Shiro is alive. He is still...
Certainly, she still feels the connection with her master. is weak and ready to go out, but Emi Ashiro is still alive. So she must go. If the enemy is something so unforeseeable, Shiro cannot match it. Using the warmth inside her, she tries to get up. But it was useless. Even the sheath of the Holy Sword will require a few more minutes to heal her body.
It is too late. Stay still, Saber. The Holy Grail will overflow whatever you do. The events of 10 years ago will reoccur. This ritual is for your benefit, not mine.
Looking up the red burning sky, the Golden Knight smiles.
Rejoice, Saber. If you are showered with it, you will become like me. You will have a body in this world and be able to enjoy your second life. Though I'm not sure you will be able to keep your sanity as I did. What?
Saber looks up at her enemy in amazement. Saber can tell that thing is a great curse. It is a magnificent cluster of magical energy, and any magic should be possible with that amount. If it were caster using it, nothing would be impossible. But it's a double-edged sword. That thing can only curse people. If immersed in such a thing, even a heroic spirit would be unable to keep themselves together. That makes her realize. The servant in front of her? This knight called the oldest king of heroes, he was swallowed by that pollution 10 years ago. So...
Gilgamesh, you...
He's gone insane already.
Oh, you think so?
Laughing, Gilgamesh looks down at Saber. His face looks abnormal, and it suits him.
Do not take me so lowly. How can I be a hero if I cannot swallow a curse such as this? All evils of the world? Bring at least 3 times as much as that if you want to stain me. See, Saber, the hero is someone who carries with them everything they see. I am already carrying everything in this world.
Saber gasps quietly at his words. She'll never be able to come to terms with this heroic spirit. His arrogant thinking, his selfishness to consider himself the greatest, and his merciless nature that never thinks of others. This is different from the path of the king she chose, a set of beliefs that will never overlap with hers. But this man is still a king. She can say that with confidence. Of all the servants, this man is the only one who would be capable of keeping his sanity after being soaked in that vast curse.
Yes, making you swallow the mud is good, but it is no fun if you go crazy because of that. Well, let us hold our marriage now. I'm sorry, what?
What is happening here?
Where's his hand? How did he pick her up?
Oh, he's holding her
by her foot.
I know that Nasu says that Gilgamesh isn't affected by the mud, but I am going to have to call bullshit.
That's weird, because this Fate Stay Night pretty much clearly says that Gilgamesh is affected by the mud.
Didn't even he say? Or I guess
And he's like, oh, you would go insane, but Saber's reaction immediately was like, oh shit, he went insane.
It's just a little light insanity, you know?
Not just a fucking weird guy, though, so I don't...
God, imagine being... Look, this is... Yeah, see, look. When you're only 5 feet tall, 90 pounds, some wannabe 6-foot kid just gonna pick you up by your feet. Gilgamesh, you... What? Do you dislike being treated roughly? Then get used to it. I do not hold myself back on women or food. I plunder and eat them at my leisure.
What a weird... Why'd you bring food up?
I plunder and eat them at my leisure.
Held upside down, Saber glares at Gilgamesh.
So you honor your master as a servant. I see. Ridiculous. I cannot believe you gave him your body just because of the binds of the command spell. You are wrong. Do not misunderstand, Gilgamesh. I do not obey anyone. My body has never had such freedom. Oh, then you will not be mine no matter what.
His red eyes pierce Saber. There's no human emotion. He will kill if she disobeys. He will just kill her no matter how attached he was to her. These are his true feelings. Gilgamesh's truth. Saber stares back at Gilgamesh, not averting her gaze.
Gilgamesh, I will not become anyone's. I already belong to my country. My body is a king before I am a woman.
She does not say it to anyone. She just says so, feeling the small warmth still within her body.
Bro, she never changes. Huh. So that is your answer? Do not make me laugh, Saber. A country is just a possession. If he cannot rule everything, then there is no need for a transcendental being like the king. Jeez, King Arthur, that is why your own country destroyed you.
The Golden Knight sneers at her immaturity. That brings back her determination.
Yes, you are correct. But King of Heroes, that is why you destroyed your own country.
Ting, 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 ting. A roared yell, full of spirit.
Oh.
Saber uses her whole body to kick Gilgamesh in the face with her free leg. It's the Sasuke thing.
What?
Gilgamesh lets go. Saber stays upside down, jumps using her arms.
You would stomp on a man? You must really want to be disciplined, Saber.
She closes her eyes and looks within herself.
That is why you were destroyed by your own country.
She already knew that. She's heard those words over and over since she was summoned as Saber. But that man is different. He was mad like it was his own affair, but still, he thought that it was something to be proud of. So there's only one thing that must be done. Even if there's not the slightest chance of winning, she cannot stop here. While the warmth is still in her heart, she must run to her master as fast as possible. About 8 meters to Gilgamesh. She placed herself at the best range she found earlier. Her body will not move as she wishes. Her legs do not even have a tenth of their original power, and the arms holding her sword are weak. She will fall without being able to block no matter what kind of a weak attack she receives. But there are no openings in Saber's stance, nor is there any hesitation.
Let me ask you.
Gilgamesh has to prepare himself seeing her like that. The Golden Knight readies Aya and looks at his opponent.
Are you sane?
Saber does not answer. Her eyes show her determination.
Alright, I will not hold back in that case.
The air roars. The Sword of Separation, Aya, a sword set in ancient Mesopotamia to have divided and created the world. Gilgamesh's Sword of Separation roars to exterminate its enemy for sure this time. The swirl of air and the magical energy within it far exceed Excalibur.
Disappear, you are an annoying woman!
A screenshot to send that to you. Aya is great.
Oh, that's what I'm doing right now. It's so fucked.
Yeah, gotta get his full chin in there, or just doing the text box.
Just gonna do the text box.
See if her raised her sword to match it.
Yeah, Gilgamesh could cleave me in twain. It would be fine.
Their gazes meet only for an instant.
Enuma? Elish?
Gilgamesh's sword is swung. But Saber's sword falls without power. She's unable to activate the Noble Phantasm. The light that cuts everything charges. Unable to do anything, she's swallowed by the light. Dead end.
Bro, imagine! I would never play this game again!
The instant I'm swallowed by the darkness, hell is printed into my brain. There are 5 original penalties: life penalty, body penalty, freedom penalty, fame penalty, fortune penalty. Give the penalty that extends so much punishment: mud, darkness, and malice. Elimination of human rights by castration, exile, execution. Torture and sadism upon the body through digestion. Denial by consensus of the colony that eliminates all honor. Die. Scorn from judgment and selfishness that takes away men's fortunes. Death penalty, penal servitude, imprisonment, custody, fine penalty, crime from a grudge, crime from self-interest, unconscious crime, self-conscious crime, civil war, inducement, false statement, theft, robbery, kidnap, suicide, arson, bombing, violation, negligent homicide, mass violence, death at work, overconfident accident. Die, 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 die. Misdiagnosis, concealment, violation for benefit, violation for self-protection, violation for love, violation for respect, selfish, stealing, fraudulent, fraud, concealment, murder, theft, crime, personal grudge, attack, dirty, you are dirty, atone, every violence, every crime, every victim, atone for everything. This world is ruled by something not human. Know the conscience to reform crimes. Know the penalty to reform crimes. People's kindness is here. There's so much it cannot be noticed. Know the violence to hide crimes. Know the power to hide crimes. People's malignance is here. It is so rare that it is noticed. 100 kindnesses in one malignance. Malignance shines bright to keep the balance and exists as a great evil to compete with the masses of kindness. There are 5 original penalties. For self, indictment, for self statements, theft, robbery, kidnap, suicide, arson.
I don't think I skipped that.
That's fine. My brain explodes. The mud eating away at my body remains and steals my warmth mercilessly. I am crushed by the things seeping in through all 5 senses. Darkness I cannot look at directly. Ugliness I cannot acknowledge. Crimes I want to run away from. Every crime of the people in this world. That is why I'm going to die. One trapped in this darkness will eat themselves to death from pain and hatred. But Kotomine said this curse killed Kiritsugu. That fact knocks away every darkness. Warmth returns to my body. Blood flows through my beaten up body and makes it stand. It's only natural. Such a thing. Emiya Kiritsugu had been burdened with this for many years. He was pressed by the voices for atonement and died unable to fulfill his wish. He said he wanted to become a superhero. He ran around trying to help someone but could not get anyone's permission for that, yet he still did what he could to pursue the ideals he'd abandoned. In the end, he was relieved by something as a kid said and nodded to himself that everything was okay. So I have to stand up. I relieved Kiritsugu and promised that I'd become one. If Emiya Shiro is really that superhero's son, then I can't let the bad guy beat me. Tosca said, I should win no matter what. Saber said, he's an enemy that I must defeat. Even Kodomine said, if I'm going to fight, I should put my life on the line. They're right. What else can I bet if I won't bet my life? From the beginning, I have nothing else to give.
You go for it, buddy. You don't have to.
Ah! I lead desperately out of the dense black mud. I can hear his bewilderment. My throat is burning. My windpipe tears every time I breathe, and it feels like I'm swallowing pieces of glass. I don't care. Tears are welling up from anger. I'm going to unravel from rage before being torn apart by the curse. Impossible. You managed to shake that thing off. I push my body and run. I put one hand behind my back. I grab the dagger I've hidden until now. I'm astonished. I thought you escaped that thing, but you have a simple mind. It seems you've run out of ideas. Shut up! I never had any plans in the first place.
I'm an idiot!
I run. Kodomine sticks his hand to the waterfall behind him and extracts another clump of darkness. Then you can follow your servant. That previous life was Saber being defeated. You have no one to help you now. All my hesitations disappearing. If I do reach Kodomine, I think his biggest mistake was that line. Because the command spell's on my left hand. It's the only proof I have. As long as my command spell exists, Saber exists. If she exists, she must have defeated Gilgamesh by now. She'll be heading over here. I think Saber will be angry if I don't greet her with open arms. So I'll defeat you now. To fulfill the last promise I made with her. Darkness approaches. A great curse is released from Kodomine's hand. My body melts from my fingertips. I won't look away. If this is my role, there's still something I can do.
Enuma Elish!
A dislocation runs through space. With a flash of light and a roar of wind, the swirl of destruction is set loose from Ea. With that in front of her, Saber could not even use her noble phantasm. She lowers her sword and moves her body forward as if she's falling. The light approaches. She can't avoid it with her injured legs, and there's no shield in this world that could block Ea. A storm of light and wind that will destroy everything in its path. Nothing can stand against the true name of Ea. That is a fact that cannot be changed. Yes. Until a few hours ago. The one surprise is not Saber, but the Golden Knight bearing Ea. Ea is still emitting magical energy and bringing forth destruction. Saber steps forward into that tumbling storm of light. Her armor screams out. Cracks run through every wall of magical energy protecting her. In a period shorter than a second that they endure the attack, Saber steps up to Gilgamesh and...
Excalibur!
She opposes Aya's destruction with the greatest power she's permitted. Heat and light rumble wildly. The crash of the greatest swords push against each other with pure power, creating a boundary of space.
Avalon, bitch!
But is it not useless? Excalibur can't beat Aya. Even if she approaches at the risk of her life, she can only push back just a little. The balance easily favors Aya, and Excalibur's light is repelled back along the saber. I think so.
I see. You must have lost your mind.
Readying Aya, the Golden Knight looks at the enemy approaching him again, puts magical energy into Aya. This will be it. He will totally annihilate Saber with all his power. Aya's turns reach their maximum speed, and the light surrounding Saber mows down Excalibur. But just before that, Saber's body jumps forward. A small space created by Excalibur, a place where she can take one more step. The instant she reaches it, her noble phantasm appears. The darkness becomes a raging wind to cover Emiyashiro. There's no way to avoid it, and the concept of blocking is useless against a curse that paints space itself. Those swallowed by this darkness will be absorbed by it like the painted space. Body melting from the fingertips. Legs moving forward step onto empty space, and arms reaching out are already invisible in the black mud. Emiyashiro will be eliminated from the outside. Attacked by a feeling that his body is shrinking, Emiyashiro still does not accept death. Without looking away, he rejects it with all his might. The darkness surrounding the body, the pain trying to melt the body, and the curse trying to melt the mind. But they are futile attempts. There is no way for a mere human to resist the pollution. The body's still moving. The arm raised to grab something is still raised. But the mind is already destroyed. The mind is already painted in black, and the body should disappear into darkness as well. In that moment, you were my... Why is that voice remembered? A light turns on in the darkness. Instant the eyes realize that light is that light, everything reverses. The hammer comes knocking down. The mind accelerates, crackles with sparks, and creates the shape with unbelievable speed. Trace on. The spell to begin the projection is murmured. In an instant, it's completed, omitting every step of manufacture. That is right. There's no need to reproduce it from scratch. Because this shape was engraved in the body. It is perfect in memory as it was part of Emiyashiro's body. You were my sheath. The arm reaching out still moves. The weapon created without concentration or spell casting is grabbed. The world changes completely as the darkness is destroyed by a golden light, and in Emiyashiro's hand is the perfectly reproduced sheath of saber. And like that, with Aya straight ahead of her, her noble phantasm is activated.
Probably both of us?
I think that's Gilgamesh.
Oh.
I imagine.
What? Nani?
That was just released and scattered before her as the holy sword sheath.
Holy shorts!
God damn it. I'm tired.
Dude, yeah.
It feels dumb to stop now. But
I know,
God.
we have to keep going.
No one knows what kind of divine mystery it's made from, but the sheath repels all light emitted by Ea. No, it goes beyond the level of defending. It's complete isolation. Barrier fairyland that keeps out all filth from the outside lands, a complete world separated from this one that can never be reached. As Saber is protected by the sheath of the Holy Sword, she is blocked off from all matter in this world. The greatest protection in this world. The greatest that cannot be infringed by anything, not even by the 5 sorceries. For that reason, the sheath is named Avalon. All is a distant utopia. The place where King Arthur is said to have gone after his death. The utopia the king dreamed of that will never be reached. Gilgamesh sees the death running up his spine. But he won't make it. The raised air will not stop turning, and Gilgamesh cannot manage to jump back. It's only natural. Who would even think that an attack with this much magical energy and this much power could be blocked?
Damn! Such a trick!
Blue clothes run in. There's no armor on Saber.
Such a trick?
She's released the armor protecting her, put the magical energy, gained her sword, and... a third one?
What are we doing it today, boys? X! Oh, I gotta do... Saber!
Oh my god.
Ready? Caliber!
Oh, point blanked by Excalibur.
Absolutely fucking waxed.
All darkness is blown away the instant the sheath is grabbed. The darkness surrounding Emiyashiro, the darkness contaminating his body, everything is dispersed. What? This is no reason to be surprised. The sheath of the Holy Sword protects its possessor. The embodiment of the utopia she sought cannot lose to this dirty mud. He runs. At the moment he's released from the darkness, his speed is like that of a shooting star. Projection? Just who are you? The one overestimating their ability and the one that cannot even spare to think about such things. The difference is only an instant, but an instant that decides the outcome. Kodomine Kirei! Still falling, Emiyashiro runs on his hands as well. In one hand is the dagger. In a crouching position, running to the Black Priest. Oh, fucking stabbed him. It worked. The sword of retribution is stabbed into the priest's chest. The priest turns slowly. Before that, stopping himself with his feet, Emiyashiro jumps back. The spinning body and all the magical energy in his left hand. He takes it, and like a whirlwind, he...
That's so sick!
Last!
That was so fucking cool.
God, so fucking rad. The magical energy is poured into the Azoth sword along with the word of release. Falcon punch!
For real, dude.
The golden sword was swung. She must not even have the energy to raise it back up. Saber keeps her sword and her face down. Slashed up, the man beholds the knight that's defeated him. The sound of wind echoes through the compound. The waves of light like a flood are no more. The two knights share no words as they place themselves in a parting called the battle's end. And the man sighs. He raises his weak hand and touches the cheek of the knight in front of him as if making sure she exists.
You are a hateful woman. You oppose me to the very end.
The golden armor starts to fade away. The existence of the King of Heroes is disappearing.
But I shall forgive you. Some things are beautiful because they cannot be obtained.
His fingers slip. His raised arm falls powerlessly to the ground.
And if that is the case, then it was inevitable. Then it was inevitable that I would lose to you.
He says it sullenly. And in his final moments,
Goodbye, King of Knights. It was indeed fun.
he smiles ironically and disappears. Sparks fly into the priest's uniform. The sparks are coming from the dagger in his chest. No chunks of flesh or blood are flying out. But still, the battle here is over as well. He doesn't even look at me. He's just looking down at the dagger in his chest in disbelief. The wind is blowing. The wind coming from the void above eliminates the sounds around it. In the rumbling silence. Why do you have this sword? Kotomine Kire murmurs in a clear voice. It's not mine. I borrowed it from Tosaka. How long was he thinking? He sighs, and the body that he hasn't moved since the beginning of our confrontation finally moves. I see. There indeed was a time when I gave it to some girl on a whim. I believe it was 10 years ago. I see. No wonder I've become weak. The body of the priest falls to the ground. I watch it all. He's talked about himself like he was someone else until the very end. And the priest sinks into that which he summoned, that which he wished for. That is the end of the man called Kotomine Kire. And the true end of the long battle. The enemy is gone. I face the final large task. The black void in the sky. That mud has stopped, but the strange void is still beating. That is the Holy Grail. The omnipotent grail that would have been given to the winner of this war. There's a wind blowing. Kotomine is gone. The power binding Ilya must have vanished. Ilya is now free of that void, and she's sleeping by my side. It doesn't seem like her life's in danger. She should wake up fine if I go home and have Tosaka look at her. The war has ended. Nobody else is going to get hurt, and I won't lose anyone else. The masters are gone, the servants will disappear as their tasks are over. I already knew this was going to happen. We climbed those long stairs together. Our parting is already done. All that's left is to close the curtains. I wait with an empty mind, looking up at the void. And she appears. She walks straight towards me, her figure unchanged since the first time I saw her. She stops close enough that I could reach out to her. There are no words to confirm her safety or to congratulate her of the victory. This was something that was already decided. So there's only one thing left to do. I will destroy the Holy Grail. That's my role. So saying, she starts to walk. The strong winds do not affect her as she approaches it step by step. She must be in range. She quietly readies her sword and looks at the black void. I stare at her back. I clench my fist hard, bite my lips, stifle the words about to come out of my mouth, and engrave her figure into my memory.
You guys hear my roommate talking? Trying to put clothes in the dryer?
Just barely.
You're the worst.
Sorry.
We're having a very emotional moment, please.
Sorry.
And then,
Master, please give me the order. I cannot destroy it without your order.
with her back to me, she tells me to use my last command spell. Saber will disappear once the Holy Grail is destroyed. No, as she will destroy the Holy Grail, she'll never again become a servant. Saber became a servant because she sought the Holy Grail. Destroying the Holy Grail out of her own will means destroying her contract as well. If she destroys the Holy Grail, she'll end her life as the king.
Shiro, I want to hear you say it.
Saber's voice. Every time I hear it, I want to scream. To tell her not to go. I want to scream for her to stay here. But that's something I should not do, even for the sake of my life. I love Saber. I want her to be happier than anyone else, and I want to be with her forever. But if I truly love her, that's wrong. I love Saber as she continued to fight even after getting hurt. She was a girl who discarded everything, was filled with injuries, yet still protected all the way through. If I consider that beautiful and want to protect it, I cannot destroy her life just for my own selfishness. She was born as a king and lived as a king. That will not change no matter what. From the time she swore to carry the sword, the girl became a king and nothing else. That is her pride. She ran through the battle so that in her final moments she would be able to believe the path was the right one. The dreams of the girl Arturia. The mind that chose to be the king over her own life. To fight. Even after she learned it would be unrewarded, she still clasped the sword and defended the oath of the king. For many years. I cannot do anything to dishonor the pride that she's held until the time for death. Saber, please fulfill your role. I say so with a flood of emotions. An overflowing light. The void in the sky is cut in half by the light and disappears without a trace. There's nothing left. No text box. The destroyed mountain is now a flat field. Dawn is in the distance. The horizon is shining in gleaming gold. My left hand hurts. My last command spell disappears. That makes me accept the curtains have been drawn. So, everything is over?
Yeah, this is it. There's nothing left.
I see. And oh, flipped it.
I see. Then our contract is at an end. I became your sword, defeated your enemies, and protected you. I am glad to have fulfilled this promise.
Yeah, you did well, Saber. Nothing more needs to be said. Saber is far away, and I do not run to her. The morning sun rises. The halted wind begins again. A gold that seems to last forever. In it.
In the end, there's one thing I must tell you. Fuck, sorry.
She said in a voice filled with determination. What is it? I reply, like always, with my best bluff. Saber's body wavers. She's facing me. She looks straight at me in a voice without regret.
Shiro, I love you.
She says those words. Wind blows. I close my blinded eyes and open them again. I don't think there's any surprise. I kind of saw this coming. That our parting would be like this. An open field fills my eyes. As the wind blew, the night disappeared. Just as she appeared, leaving no trace. Yeah, it really is just like you. There are no regrets in my voice. I squint at the rising sun, keeping everything I lost close to my heart. I stare at the horizon, wishing never to forget and for it to never fade away. A distant land glowing in sunlight, resembling the golden field she ran through. Sedge.
Fuck.
I hear a sound. I hear the sound of the old, heavy, rusted door of the shed open. Light comes into the dark shed. I start to wake up.
Sakura?
Yeah, I think so.
Senpai, are you awake?
I don't need to check who's here. Oh, so it's time already? Taking a breath, I open my eyes.
Good morning, Senpai. It's almost time to wake up.
I guess you're right. Morning, Sakura. Thanks for waking me up.
No, it's nothing you need to thank me for. I knew you'd wake up properly, so I only did a needless thing.
I see. Then why'd you come to wake me up?
I wanted to wake you up today, so I woke up 30 minutes earlier than usual. Today's a special day, you know.
Oh. That reminds me. That's right. Today is a special day. Sakura, I don't even think I even need to ask, but Fujine isn't here yet, right?
No, Fujimura-sensei is not here yet. Oh, but Ilya-chan is already here.
As I thought. Ilya being the only one here means one thing. Crap. Sorry, Sakura, but can you take care of breakfast? I'll go and wake Fujine up.
Oh, yes. Sorry for your trouble, Senpai.
Fortunately, I worked late last night as well, so I'm still in my work clothes. It's good to go outside without having to change. Where did the text box go? I'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll leave the rest to you.
Are you having troubles?
Like the box around the text. Like, that used to frame all of the words.
No?
It's gone. It's gone on your stream, too. Like, it's usually like a square that you can see through, but it's not like completely.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Like the screenshot you have of the Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
didn't
I've
even
watched
have-
it. We've played so many hours of this game, and I'm like, I don't know what you. Why is it bothering you? It doesn't do anything.
It's just weird that it's gone all of a sudden.
Yes, please do.
I think it looks better without it. It's weird that it doesn't have it anymore.
Uh-oh, Shiro's awake.
Yeah, I just woke up. I'm gonna go wake Fujine, so help Sakura out, will you?
Fuck no, bitch.
Patting Ilya on her shoulder, I head to the front entrance.
Hey, I got beat. Jeez, I told you I'm going to wake Shiro up. Sakura!
Ilya runs to the shed screaming. Such a scene isn't that unusual now. Ilya said she wouldn't go back to her country, so I consulted Fujine to see if I could keep her at my place.
We adopted
Fujine-
a baby.
Fujine really objected, said her house was better, and ended up taking Ilya in. Since then, still staying at the Fujimura house, Ilya comes attacking with Fujine at morning and at night. No, Fujine adopted a baby. Needless to say, their target's breakfast and dinner. It's been 2 months since they started living together, and they seem to be in union now. When I walk past the shed area, I hear voices over the wall. It's Sakura and Ilya talking. I thought Ilya wouldn't get along with Sakura since Ilya's that really unreserved personality, but I was wrong. The two consisting of the energetic Ilya and the quiet Sakura are getting along well, even though they're rather noisy. In fact, Sakura's regaining her spirit because of Ilya. Sakura stopped smiling when her brother, Mato Shinji, disappeared and was considered missing.
We know he's dead.
Yeah. She must have vaguely understood the connection with the mass coma incident at school. She was worried about the missing Shinji and moped for a long time. It was Ilya who forcibly made Sakura get over it. Sakura regains her cheerfulness when Ilya's around. Yeah, Sakura's able to laugh now. I'm purely happy for that. Because that soft smile certainly suits her.
Aw, you're mean, Ilya-chan. I even gave you a special bonus to wake me up no matter what.
Fujine scoffs at breakfast while crying.
It's only natural. I'll be late too if I wait for Taiga, and I worked enough for what I got paid for. If you want more out of me, you should raise the base pay and not just give me a special pay.
Why are you such a miser when you're getting paid from grandfather as well? Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
you're right, I think.
Everyone would hate you if you're stingy about money from such a young age.
I don't care if I'm hated. I don't care what people beside the ones I like think of me. And Taiga, pay me back the money I let you borrow. Your payday was 5 days ago, right?
How do you know that?
I heard from Raiga. I can give you the details as well if you wish.
Ilya smiles daringly. In contrast to Sakura, Ilya and Fujine do not get along well. And to add, Ilya gets really mean when she faces Fujine. That smile right now is like that certain someone.
You have until tomorrow to repay me. If you can't, I'll just take it away from your allowance.
Oh, hold on.
No, I think you're right.
Wait, is the baby giving allowance
Yeah.
to the adult? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
You have
Based on
until
the
tomorrow
faces.
to repay me. If you can't, I'll just take it away from your allowance.
Grandfather told you even that?
Yes, we're together all noon. Raiga promised me that I'm much cuter than Taiga.
Whoa, what are you gonna do about it, Shiro? This girl's such a devil. She'll take over the Fujimura group if you let her be.
Actually, more than that. You're still getting allowances at that age?
Well, fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was hoping that... I was hoping that there would be some,
Yeah.
We'll be Fujine. No, the little one?
I think they both call us Shiro, huh?
Yeah.
Well, maybe Ilya calls us, like, Onisan more.
True. Okay. See you, Shiro. You're going to be back home early today, right? Then I'll be waiting here, so come home right away.
Yeah, I'll try. Take care while I'm gone. So who is this? Maybe that's Fuji? Alright, whatever. You know,
You might as well live here, you idiot!
Fujine sulks while hiding behind my back. I think this is Ilya, because she just moved.
Why don't they just they make it so hard?
Yeah, you should get yourself together too. You can't cause Shiro trouble outside.
Ilya easily turns aside her remark. The power relationship must already be at a position where Fujine can't push back by force.
Then I'll be going ahead, but don't walk slow and be late for school.
Leaving the sound of exhaust. Fujine disappears like a bullet. Fujine got her license a month ago. Since then, her tardiness decreased considerably, but she's received another nickname of Rocket Diver that only she doesn't know about.
That's fucking funny.
Whew. I stretch out and take a deep breath. Sakura's gone to school already. Seeing how she was eating a large bowl of rice today, it seems she's in real high spirits. Today's the big day for the archery club. Sakura must be enthusiastic to work hard as the co-captain of the archery club. Well, let's go to school. Today is April 7th. There's the school entrance ceremony, and the season's past the cold winter and already into spring. It's been 2 months since then. It feels like a lot has changed since she's gone away, but I think the changes are trivial. Winter ended and spring came. That's all that's changed. I feel like I've grown up a bit, but it's not like that caused me to be any different. So, not much has changed. Amy Ashiro is clumsily running after Kitsugu as usual.
Good morning, Emiya-kun. It's unexpected to see you in the morning.
Hey, it sure is a good day today, Tosuka. I raise my hand and greet her. But is it really unexpected? We're barely missing each other recently. Well, I certainly didn't come across you too many times before.
Come across?
Tosuka glares at me as if unhappy about something. I don't think it's good to send an aura of enmity first thing in the morning. Tosuka, did you change the time you leave your house? You came later before, right? You came at a time that wasn't too late or too early?
That's not true. I bet it's only coincidence that we didn't see each other until now. Do you know? My house and your house are in the exact opposite locations. So if we get up and go down the hill, it's only natural that we meet here.
Oh. That's the first time I've heard that. I see, that would certainly... Wait, hold on. That's only if we do the same things around the same time. For Tosuka to come to this intersection at this time, she would have to get up at 6. But that's... Tosuka, you're not sleepy? I ask her directly.
What do you mean by that? I'm not sleepy nor pushing myself. Why do you ask such a thing?
Well, you weren't a morning person. You'll unmask your true self if you go to school with lack of sleep. It'll be terrible if you fall asleep during class. I bet you'll rage around with a face like an awakened demon if someone tries to wake you up. Like, I will kill all that disturbs my sleep kind of thing.
I won't do such a thing. I won't make such a mistake just by waking up 30 minutes early.
See, you did wake up early.
Jeez, quit worrying about when other people get up. If you have time to inquire about such boring things, just go to school.
Tosca gets angry while looking away. Her excuse is plausible, so I stop my greeting here and we resume our way to school.
Oh my god, are we going through a school
gotta
day?
be
Let it
over.
be
It's gotta be
over! I'm gonna be fine.
We go up the hill. The streets and houses below me have all changed to show the coming of spring. The wind is comfortable, and the cherry blossom flowers flutter down occasionally from the school on top of the hill. Everything that can be seen and felt is pleasant.
Do you have work all this week? I won't complain since it's your time, but don't you get sick like that?
Huh? No, I got today off. I heard the archery club is doing a welcome party for the new members, so I'm thinking of going with Ilya.
Wow, you have some great guts. You're a big shot if you're taking Ilya to school with an unconcerned face.
Is it bad? I think it'll let Ilya kill some time. It should make her happy.
It is bad. It's bad, but I guess I'll show up as well then. It won't be boring if Ilya's going to be there. And most of all, I just can't leave her alone because it's too dangerous.
I'm thankful that she says that. It's Tosca, not Sakura, that understands Ilya the most. There's the fact that she periodically takes care of Ilya, but more importantly, Ilya and Tosca are natural-born magi. I think Tosca would be a good teacher for Ilya. She doesn't quite realize what it's like to live as a magus while hiding that fact. Thus, things are settling into the way they should be. It's gotta end here. The damage from the Holy Grail War is almost completely restored by the new priest dispatched by the church, and our everyday life has returned without problems. There are certainly things that were lost and will not return. But the wounds have slowly healed, and I should be happy about the regrets fading away.
But it was unexpected.
And then, Tosca murmurs in a serious tone while looking down at the town below her. What was unexpected?
Yeah, I thought you'd be more depressed. I thought you wouldn't be able to get over it for a while.
That's about the girl that isn't here anymore. It's been 2 months since then. It's not the golden-haired girl that we talked about for the first time since then. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was about to go insane just thinking about the future.
But it turns out you didn't change after that. You didn't even get depressed as you were fine. But it turns out you didn't change after that. You didn't even get depressed as you were fine the next day. At that time, I wondered if you really were alright. I can't put this into words real well, but you had the atmosphere of a guy that would die in an accident the next day.
What is that? Why would I easily die when I'm doing well?
Things like that happen. When people accomplish their lifelong goals by mistake, they can suddenly die. The instant they think, oh, I don't think I need to live anymore. Cars run into them, running red lights, and they fall downstairs.
Okay. Tosca's metaphor is difficult to understand. She might want to say something about peaceful death and going to heaven or something.
So I was worried about that. At times like that, people around you feel more relief if you get really depressed.
Oh, then would you have comforted me if I was depressed?
Gross. Of course not. I would have kicked you in the back and made you get over it. I'm just saying that it's a bit disappointing since I couldn't do that.
She looks away in displeasure. Her gesture looks so funny that I laugh.
What? Was it strange?
No, it was a strict line surely fitting you, so I feel relieved. We both walk on, looking up at the spring sunlight. The hill is long. It looks like it'll continue on to the endless blue sky. Last page, bet. And as if saying something trifling. You don't have any regrets? Oh, I can say it again. Remembering someone else's quote is such a weird thing.
You don't have any regrets with Saber gone and all?
Tosca murmurs while looking up the sky. Oh, that wasn't even that. No, I probably don't have any regrets.
Yeah, you just talked right the fuck over me.
It's not a bluff, and I say so with a calm state that even surprises me. There's no regret, and I don't have anything I forgot to tell her. That party contained everything. What I want to do, what she dreamed of. It was a competition of our determination, and maybe I should have taken her hand and granted her dream. But there was something we both felt was beautiful, and we desperately protected it till the very end. There's nothing to feel regret about. She has properly ended her time. I can't remain in this reminiscence forever.
I see, then you've concluded this inside you already. So that's why you're not depressed or filling yourself with reminiscence.
Yeah, but I still dream about it. I'll recall her for the rest of my life. My memory will fade away someday, and I'll forget about her voice and her gestures. But still, I'll remember forever that this thing occurred, and that I loved Saber.
Why can't he call her Arturia?
Never knew her like that. Tosca doesn't say anything. But for some reason, she looks happy and starts to walk as if she's skipping. What's going on, Tosca? Did something happen to make you hurry?
It's nothing. I just want to get to school quickly. So let's hurry. I'll leave you behind if you're slow.
Turning around, Tosca starts running up the hill. What's she doing? Pushing herself when she's not a morning person. Grumbling, I throw the bag over my shoulder and start to run. It's still 7:30. It's too early a time for a student not involved in any club activities, but I guess there's nothing wrong with being early. Running up the road that seems to go up into the sky, I reach school earlier than usual. Today is the day the new year starts. If I'm to celebrate it, I have to shake off my old memories and hurry up. Traces will never go away. Even if I almost cry from the vacancy hitting my heart. Blue skies in the distance. It feels so close. It feels so close. Yet I cannot grab it, even if I reach out with my hands. I looked up at the stars before. The stars that I can't reach and the wishes that won't be granted. There's nothing we've been able to leave behind for each other. Therefore, traces and memories will disappear someday. But still, even if it won't reach her, there should be something that will remain in our hearts. There's nothing that remains in our hands, but we lived the same time and looked up at the same things. If I can remember that, I can believe we can be together, even if we are far apart. I can assent that there are things that will go away, there are also things that will not go away. That is why I'll keep running for now. If I aim for the distance, there should come a day when I'll be able to reach out to what I've been aiming for. Winter has passed and it's spring, season of new beginnings. Under the blue sky, she's also seen, I keep running up the hill. It can't bait me again. No, it's a me. Oh my god. The battle has ended.
Oh god, I'm gonna pee my pants.
Oh, her last battleground, the battle that was fought between the split halves of her country, ended with the king's victory. Oh, we gotta go to her, like, going back to her life. The night is running. The battle has ended, the bloody red sun has already set, and the darkness of the night is already ruling over the battlefield. The hill, covered with corpses, is filled with curses, crying out to try to take the survivors with them. Through it all, the knight runs panting. A rein is in the knight's hand, and the wounded white horse earnestly follows him. The only survivors are this knight and this horse. And this one king that is lying on the white horse's back. Oh, the Bedivere POV?
You're gonna be Bedivere?
Sure. Fucking. Do I have a cool silver hand? That was later, I guess. Your Highness, King Arthur, please, come this way. He must be wounded himself, but the knight runs through the battlefield with all his energy. The king he is serving is on the verge of death. The king has defeated the enemy's king in personal combat, but the king received a fatal wound as well. The wound is fatal even in the knight's eyes. The king that they have served will soon reach death. Please get a hold of yourself. If we reach that forest, we shall certainly... He desperately calls out. Or possibly the knight might have really believed it. That their king is immortal. That as long as the guidance of the Holy Sword is there, the king would never die.
Oh, that's you panting, not me.
He breathes hard, passing over mountains of corpses, and heads for the forest that's not covered in blood. He knew of the king's immortality. Therefore, he believes the king's wound will heal if he escapes this cursed battlefield and makes it to a pure place. No, he could only believe so. He believed his own king, unlike the other knights. The king was isolated in the court, alienated by the knights, and was feared by the people. But the king did not show emotion, even in such a situation, always stayed in his ideal, and the knight felt pride in his young king. He did not serve his country. He had entrusted his sword, struggled to be of power, and made his way to be a personal guard of the king as a young man because it was this king. The masked king. The boy who tried to allow no personal feelings and to be fair. He might have hoped to be able to see the king's true face if he went near the king. I can do all the panting anyway. He just wanted to see the king's true expressions. Not the face he puts on during battle or in the castle, but a real smiling face of a human. It should appear in the court when he's been released from his duties. No matter how perfect the king is, he cannot strain his mind 24 hours a day. But that thinking proved wrong. The only thing he found out was the truth contrary to his expectation. He has made it to the rank of Imperial Guard and was able to guard beside the king. He's guarded the king closer than any other knights and kept watching the king's behaviors. But still, it did not happen even once. His king never smiled. Since when did he feel anger toward it? The king has accomplished so many great deeds and has accrued so much glory. But in fact, the king never showed a peaceful face. He could not approve of that fact. He wanted to believe such a thing should not be allowed. That is why he wished for his king to be awarded the light. But he has yet to accomplish that. The king is still isolated. That is why the knight continuously did not approve of the king's death. Mike, I have a Venmo. He cannot end it here. He thinks this great king is not rewarded enough for his actions. Is that actually Bedivere?
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong.
That looks like him. I kind of just imagine they didn't do that until later, like that was an FGO thing. Your Highness, please stay here. I shall go get someone right away. It looks like it. Yeah, this is the scene too. In the forest he reaches, the king lays the king. Fuck. The knight lays the king by a large tree. A lot of the same letters in there. Situations are race against time.
Bedivere's a tall motherfucker.
No, Archer is just tiny.
Look at the scale of the trees. He's still tall.
It takes half a day, no matter how much he hurries to go to the fort where his own army's left. Anyone with eyes should be able to tell if the king's life will last till the morning or not. Please endure until then. I shall certainly bring our troops here. He salutes the unconscious king and runs to his white horse.
Bedivere.
Before that, the king that should have been unconscious calls out his name. Your Highness, have you regained your consciousness?
Yes, I was having a dream.
A faint voice. That voice seems warm to the night. A dream? He calls out as if to search. The king's consciousness is not certain. He shall go back into the darkness unless he replies so.
Yes, I have not seen many dreams, so I had a valuable experience.
That is great. Then please be at ease and rest. I shall go get the troops in that time. A gasping sound. It sounds as if what the knight said was unexpected. Your Highness, have I been rude?
No, I was just surprised at your point. I did not know a dream could be seen after one awakens. Are you saying I will be able to see the same dream if I close my eyes again?
Now it's the knight's turn to be surprised. He stutters, but replies even though he knows it's a lie. Yes, if you strongly desire so, you should be able to continue watching the same dream. I have that experience as well. Such a thing is not possible. What happens only once and not continuously is what people call a dream. But the knight lies in spite of that. He apologizes this will be the first and the last dishonesty he'll perform toward the king.
I see. You're knowledgeable, but
The king murmurs as if impressed. His face is still looking down. He doesn't even look up at the knight. The king breathes softly and barely heard, and quietly.
Bedivere, take my sword.
The king gives his last order in a faint voice.
Pass through this forest and go over that blood-stained hill. There is a deep lake beyond it. Throw my sword into that lake.
Your Highness, that is... The knight knows what that means. Sword of the lake. To let go of the sword that was the proof of the king and what protected the king means the end of the king he has served. They do not do this 3 times like the legend does.
Go. Once you've accomplished my order, return here and tell me what you saw. Oh, they're definitely gonna fucking do it, dude.
The king does not take back his order. The knight takes the holy sword and goes over the hill with his indecision still in mind. They did that whole thing in FGO. There's no way they just have it exist in 2 places, right? And the knight hesitates, returning the sword for 3 times. Oh, thank God, we're just gonna...
We're gonna fast pass it.
The lake was certainly there, but he just could not throw the sword in it. If he throws the sword in, his king will disappear. The knight is unable to throw away the sword from his unwillingness to part with the king, and the knight turns around and returns to the king. The king repeats to the knight. As the knight lies to the king that he's thrown away the sword, the king only replies to follow his command. To disobey the king's command is a great sin for a knight. But still, he disobeyed the king's order twice. He was reluctant for the king's life when he faced the lake. But that comes to an end. As the knight figures out he cannot change the king's decision, he throws the sword in the lake on his 3rd visit. The holy sword returns to the lake. A white hand appearing from the water receives the sword, and after going through the sky 3 times, the holy sword vanishes from this world. And the knight finally accepts it. The king's end. That the duty was too long has finally ended. My long duty hasn't ended. After crossing the hill 3 times, the forest is covered in morning sunlight. The battlefield's afar. In the pure light mist, it does not show any trace of a bloody battle. Fucking Pop Mordred at us next. I've thrown the sword into the lake. The sword is returned to the Lady of the Lake. The king opens his eyes at the knight's words.
I see. Then you shall be proud. You have obeyed your king's command.
The knight nods silently to the voice facing death. Everything is ended. Not everything. Chaos in his country will still continue. The battle will not end, and the day of ruin will come around soon. But the battle of the king has ended. She has fulfilled her duty until the very last moment. The light disappears. Finishing her task, as her last strength disappeared from her body,
I'm sorry, Bedivere. The sleep will be alone.
as if going to sleep slowly, she gradually closes her eyes. The morning sunlight fills the area. The forest stands there quietly, and his king goes into a long sleep. The knight keeps watch over her figure. The king that he wished for. A lonely king that was seen off by just one knight. But her face is what he wished for. A peaceful sleep. In her last moments, the king has obtained peace that she has never been able to obtain. He was just happy about that fact. The knight thanks to someone who is giving her peace and proudly watches over his king. The heaven is far and the clearing sky is blue. The battle has truly ended. Are you watching, King Arthur? His murmur rides through the wind. As if sinking into the endless blue, the king that went to sleep. The continuation of the dream sees a distant, distant dream. The battle is over. Let us put our swords down and rest in the momentary peace. After dozing in a warm dream, a new day will dawn. The days continue on. We're still following the same star we once saw.
We made it!
Hey!
I remember that I'd left like rice in containers on the counter to like cool off before putting them in the fridge. It's been 6 hours. I just remembered that. I know the rice is fine, but I'm like, oh fuck.
Thanks, Adentius. One route down.
Yeah, thanks Algentis. Also, thanks for being in my birthday video. You rock. If you guys want a 10-hour loop of Jake panting, you have to watch the entire VODs of this route on YouTube and timestamp them. And then I'll pull them out and record them.
Yeah, if I get proof that you watched all like fucking 18 hours, 30 hours that this took.
Yeah, if you took the time to take every pant that we did through this entire playthrough, I will put it on a 10-hour loop.
Although at that point, you should really just put it on a loop yourself.
Yeah. This one's fun because since I watched Unlimited Bladeworks and not the original Fate one, like most people who've watched the Fate Stay Night anime, most of this was just completely outside of my wheelhouse. Like obviously,
Yeah,
like certain like
stuff.
reveals, I already knew, like the sheath inside of his body, but like.
Yeah, like the whole ending is pretty unique. Shiro stab punching Kirei is always
That
great.
was so fucking rad!
I don't remember a lot of little things like that.
The fights were fun.
Yeah, the way they do fights is like, even compared to other visual novels, is just like really above and beyond as far as like the quality of fights go. They're really engaging. I'm amazed we had a Bedivere scene. That blows my mind. I really thought that was an FGO edition.
Yeah, I had a, I can't remember the name of the... Oh, okay.
Try again from the night of the third day.
I was so confused. I was like, isn't I just gonna go?
Just
I have
click
to
again
keep
here.
advancing it? Okay.
I think it might tell us what ending we got. Oh, look at this fancy new start screen. If you go to extra gallery, maybe ED list. You know, is ED list music?
Probably.
Oh no, we got the true end.
Oh,
Fate true end.
sick!